Where did we come from? Are we alone? Where are we going?
Our primary goal is to enable people to live on other planets.
The crew probably knew that the end was near.
But no matter what happens today, it has all been worth it.
It is foolish for anyone to pretend to the public that there aren't significant risks of death and tragedy.
RSO reports vehicle exploded.
We will never forget them, nor the last time we saw them this morning, as they prepared for their journey and waved goodbye and slipped the surly bonds of earth to touch the face of God.
The earth is full of the goodness of the Lord. By the word of the Lord were the heavens made, and all the host of them by the breath of his mouth. He gathereth the waters of the sea together as an heap. He layeth up the depth in storehouses. Let all the earth fear the Lord. Let all the inhabitants of the world stand in awe of him. For he spake, and it was done. He commanded, and it stood fast.
You are looking at a live view of the Falcon Heavy. Yes, the Falcon Heavy on historic pad 39A at Kennedy Space Center, awaiting liftoff at 3:45 p.m. local time. Welcome to our live launch webcast. My name is Lauren Lyons. I'm an engineer in our flight reliability department here at SpaceX, and I am so excited to be here with you today, along with my co-hosts, bringing you coverage of the first ever test flight of Falcon Heavy. At liftoff, Falcon Heavy is going to be the world's most powerful operational rocket by a factor of 2. And today is the day that we attempt to demonstrate that power. And because it is a test flight, there is no satellite customer on board the vehicle today, but the fairing is not empty. We do have some very interesting payloads going up on this flight that we'll talk about later on in the webcast. We'll also walk you through the mission profile because this ain't your typical Falcon launch. We've got 28 engines, 3 boosters, 3 separation events, 3 landing attempts, and there's going to be a lot of activity happening all at once. So this test flight is bound to be exciting one way or another. All right, we've got a ton to walk you through today, so let's get going.
We're very excited about exploration and about space and about sharing it with everyone. The smiles on their faces and the extreme joy, they were really happy to be doing what they were doing.
And we're at T-minus 9 minutes and counting.
People thought that because the teacher would be on board that it might rejuvenate attention, but it did not.
T-minus 7 minutes and counting.
There weren't that many members here of the press.
Pilot Mike Smith has given an...
The mission has already been postponed several times due to mechanical problems and bad weather. Throughout the morning, engineers expressed concern about the unusually low temperatures. At 11:38 a.m., Challenger is cleared for launch.
Ground launch sequencer program has been initiated.
I remember I looked in their eyes and I wished them well on the journey.
T-minus 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Krista's parents are at the Cape for the launch.
Sound suppression system now armed.
I've done a lot of launches on the top of the launch control roof out here, and I've seen families. They're worried, they're scared, they're in tears. That's not nice.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff.
We heard ignition, we heard liftoff. I heard the call throttle down. Everything was looking normal. I was watching the main engines.
Roger, roll, Challenger.
You're sitting there quietly rooting for them. You're sitting there quietly saying, "Go Challenger, go Challenger."
Challenger now heading down range. Preparing to rethrottle the engines back up to 100%.
It seemed to be just kind of crawling in space.
The one for the Guinness Book of Records with the size flight crew aboard.
Go and throttle up.
3,305.
Vehicle exploded. Flight controllers here looking very carefully at the situation.
Seconds later, I happened to see sort of a flicker over on the TV.
Flight GC, we've had negative contact, lost the downlink. Okay, all operators, watch your data carefully.
And I looked over, and I saw this picture of this expanding fireball with pieces moving in all directions.
The crippled rocket boosters careen out of control. Specially declassified footage shows them being remotely destroyed.
We have a report from the flight dynamics officer that the vehicle has exploded. We're working with it. Flight director confirms that. Okay. We are looking at checking with the recovery forces to see what can be done at this point.
I knew instantly that none of them could possibly survive because we didn't have parachutes, we didn't have pressure suits, and at the altitude that they broke up at, there was no way they were going to maintain consciousness. It was immediately obvious to me that we had lost the entire crew.
It didn't look normal. And I knew that from the amount of training that we had had and from the launch that we had seen previous that Kristen and I had witnessed.
We are now looking at all the...
Very, very sad time. I felt horrible. It was a huge loss, and it always will be.
I believe every person in mission control came to grips with his demons that day. And I think several of us said a few prayers for the crew. And we also prayed for the team in mission control, the team in launch control, and those people would have to live with the aftermath of this accident.
Don't reconfigure your console. Make hard copies of all your displays. Make sure you protect any data source you have.
I was Vice President of the United States way back then. I went down there when Challenger blew up. It was a terrible tragedy, of course. So Reagan asked me to go down to comfort the families. It was a very moving thing for me to see these families in grief.
Hi, I'm Michael Hammersley, a materials engineer in avionics department. We're very excited. I'm sure you can hear it. To my right, we have a live view of Falcon Heavy on the pad at Kennedy Space Center. Falcon Heavy is essentially 3 Falcon 9 rockets all strapped together, which means it can carry much larger payloads not only to Earth orbit, but to the Moon and Mars as well. So like Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy is a 2-stage launch vehicle. The big difference is that the first stage in Falcon Heavy is comprised of 3 cores, while Falcon 9 has only 1. Now each one of these 3 cores has 9 M1D engines, making for a total of 27 engines overall. Altogether, those engines produce 5 million pounds of thrust, which is equal to 18 747s at takeoff. In fact, the engines are producing so much power that we don't run them at full thrust all at once. So during ascent, Falcon Heavy will throttle its thrust up and down in both the side and the center cores in order to balance the aerodynamic and structural loads on the vehicle. So about halfway through the first stage's burn, the 2 side boosters will separate and come back to Earth for a simultaneous landing at Cape Canaveral Air Force Station.
400,000 feet above the Earth's surface, the space shuttle Columbia re-enters the atmosphere. Within moments, it'll be an erupting fireball. All 7 astronauts will be dead.
Look at the chunks coming off of it! Yeah. What the heck is that? I don't know.
This film counts down the final 60 minutes of a catastrophe and human tragedy, both for those on board and those supporting them on the ground. What went wrong, and could anything have been done to save Columbia? February the 1st, 2003. 280 kilometers above the Earth. A team of NASA's top astronauts aboard the space shuttle Columbia prepare to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, the most dangerous maneuver of their 16-day mission. London, Paris, Tel Aviv, Moscow, Beijing, Vancouver, New York, then London again. Around the world in 90 minutes. Their shuttle blazing in its orbit at 28,000 kilometers per hour. The astronauts experience 16 sunrises and 16 sunsets every day. Now they must return to Earth. The hour leading up to Columbia's re-entry is a flurry of activity at John F. Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Florida. The man who must bring Columbia back to Earth is Leroy Cain, flight director. Just 39, he has risen through the ranks of NASA thanks to his iron nerve.
I'm a person who sort of thrives on pressure. It is a high-stress environment, and if you don't thrive and perform well in that kind of environment, it's really not a good job for you to be in.
Cain knows that the lives of 7 astronauts lie in his and his team's hands.
Fundamentally, the flight director is responsible for the safety and success of the mission, the safety of the crew, and the safe return of the vehicle.
Whether this is flight on the flight loop, how do we look for landing?
The shuttle's unique design is critical to its success. Top NASA scientist G. Scott Hubbard was one of the brains behind it.
The shuttle is a very, very complex system. Probably the most complex flying machine humanity has ever built. It takes off like a rocket, it orbits like a spacecraft, it lands like an airplane.
How do those targets look to you, guidance?
They look good, flight.
Cain heads up the mission operations team, which must decide collectively if conditions are right to bring the spacecraft safely to the ground.
Flight surgeon?
The program essentially entrusts the mission operations team to execute the mission. They are entrusted with this crown jewel of manned spaceflight to go execute the mission and do it safely and do it successfully and do everything within your ability to get the vehicle and the crew back at the end of the mission. So trust is huge.
Okay, getting ready for the deorbit burn here in a few minutes. How do those targets look to you, guidance?
They look good, flight.
At 8:03 a.m., Cain begins his checklist.
Okay, flight controllers, we are through step.
Bringing Columbia back into the atmosphere is the most dangerous part of the mission, because re-entry exposes the shuttle to 1,500-degree heat. The first step to touchdown is the de-orbit burn, which means firing the shuttle's rockets to bring it into the Earth's atmosphere. The shuttle is computer-guided from mission control. It's up to Cain to check every system to make sure he can get the astronauts home alive. It's all systems go. When Cain gives the order, Columbia's rockets will fire, slow down, and leave orbit. Columbia mission commander Rick Husband has dedicated his life to being an astronaut. He told the press his ambition began early.
When I was 4 years old and the Mercury project first got started, I was in front of the TV for every one of the launches. And the whole time I was growing up, as long as I can remember, anytime anyone asked me what I wanted to be, it was, I want to be an astronaut.
Canadian astronaut Julie Payette flew with Rick Husband on a previous shuttle mission.
We were both rookies, new guys on the block, which is, you know, a particular bond because you experience this new thing, space flight, together. Rick is the Texan from Amarillo and spoke with a very distinctive Texan accent. It was a joy to fly and to have this experience with him.
Capcom flight. We're go for the burn. They can perform the maneuver on time.
Columbia, Houston, you're go for the burn and you can make the maneuver on time.
Okay, Houston, go for the burn.
How do we look for landing?
Kane's team have never seen him flinch. Today, that'll change forever.
At that point, the mission proceeds very much like a standard Falcon 9 flight. The center core will keep on firing for another minute to burn all of its fuel, and it will perform a standard stage separation from the second stage on top. This second stage, with the fairing right at the very top there, the second stage is exactly the same as any other Falcon 9 flight, except we've loaded a bit more helium onto it this time. Now, that second stage will be sending our payload way out into a Mars-crossing orbit, which we'll also get into a bit later. But all in all, with a successful launch, Falcon Heavy is going to be the largest and most powerful operational rocket in the world. We're very excited to be launching it today. Let's check in on exactly how it's doing.
Good afternoon. I'm John Innsbrucker, the Falcon Principal Integration Engineer at SpaceX. We're currently at T-minus 17 minutes, 40 seconds and counting down. The good news that all systems are go for launch. We're working no problems with the SpaceX test flight of the Falcon Heavy launch vehicle. Now we're currently loading propellant on all 3 first stage boosters, and we began loading a couple minutes ago on the second stage LOX tank. Now this is the same method that we use on the single core Falcon 9. It just scaled to handle 3 first stage boosters. Now we're loading liquid oxygen and kerosene. We do that because in order to support combustion, you need oxygen. And in the vacuum of outer space, there isn't any. So we bring our own liquid oxygen, chilled and densified. You may have heard densified in the past. That allows us to pack the maximum amount into the LOX tanks on the Falcon Heavy. Now our fuel is refined petroleum, RP1. That's essentially just a purified kerosene. It's a safe propellant, easily available, has a lot of history. For example, the Saturn V first stage, flown from the very pad you see on the monitor from the moon missions, used kerosene and liquid oxygen. Now the big news this afternoon has been the weather, and we've eaten up most of our launch window. Now we won't have the ability to hold the countdown any further now that we are into liquid oxygen loading. The good news is that the winds are looking good. We're working no issues on the Falcon Heavy. However, if there is an issue in the last minutes, we won't be able to launch today. There is a backup date available tomorrow. Now, I've said it before, launch is hard, and Falcon Heavy is no exception. We're essentially counting down 3 rockets simultaneously. So the SpaceX team is going to be conservative in case anything pops up in the last minutes. But as the energy and the enthusiasm from the team gathering below me outside of Mission Control Center X is growing, we are go at T-minus 15 minutes and 40 seconds and counting.
4, 3, 2, 1.
When Space Shuttle Challenger launches on a January morning in 1986, a key engineer is sure a catastrophe is coming.
We've got to stop the flight. We cannot let Challenger launch, period. This is insane.
He thinks the ship is going to explode.
And liftoff. Liftoff from the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
73 seconds later, disaster strikes. 7 astronauts die in front of their families and millions of television viewers.
Our hearts were shattering, much like those pieces that were falling from the sky.
What really happened during that fateful flight? Was tragedy inevitable, or could the shuttle and its crew have made it into space?
Could they have made it? That question haunts me.
Disasters don't just happen. They're a chain of critical events. Unravel the clues and count down those final seconds from disaster. Roger Beaujolais knows the space shuttle hides a deadly flaw.
I was so angry.
Look at it! Look at it! Oh my gosh, just look at it!
The car is not perfect.
Just look at it! Just look at it!
Yeah, well...
What the heck is that? Look at it!
I was literally screaming at them.
But there's nothing he can do to stop the countdown.
After I got home, first words my wife said to me were, "What's wrong, honey?" I said, "Oh, nothing, honey. It was a great day. They're going to launch tomorrow and kill the astronauts, but outside of that, it was a great day."
North America, Florida. January 28th, 1986. 8:08 a.m. 1.5 hours to liftoff. At Kennedy Space Center, final preparations are underway for the most anticipated space mission since the glory days of the Apollo era. Thousands have descended to the Cape to watch Space Shuttle Challenger make history by sending the first citizen into space. Schoolteacher Krista McAuliffe.
Krista never thought of herself as an astronaut. She felt that she was a teacher now. She felt this way, that she could show everyone how important teachers were and get children excited about education and wanting to do the very best that they could. She said it was the best field trip ever.
37-year-old Krista, mother of Scott and Caroline, has spent 5 months training for space. In the process, she has become a national celebrity. She knows there's a lot riding on this mission. The 25th shuttle launch will be far more than just another trip into orbit. It's designed to resurrect the entire program. After 2 decades of budget cuts and a loss of public interest, the shuttle has never made good on its promise to provide a routine bus service to space. By sending Krista into orbit, NASA hoped to restore faith in their billion-dollar baby. 8:38 a.m., 1 hour to liftoff. Krista and the 6 other astronauts kit up and prepare to board the spacecraft. Pilot Mike Smith is making his launch debut. Specialists Ron McNair, Ellison Onizuka, and Judy Resnick have flown 3 missions between them. Satellite specialist Greg Jarvis is on his first trip.
Thank you very much.
And leading the mission is Commander Dick Scobie.
As usual, it's a real pleasure to be at the Cape, to come down here and participate in something that the Cape does better than anybody in the world, and that's launching space vehicles.
To finally be the commander of a mission into space was a tremendous reward to him. He loved to dance the skies.
Dick and June were childhood sweethearts, married for 14 years. This is the second time she is watching her husband set off for space.
Good morning, Mike. We're ready today. Early.
Of the 4 spacecraft in the fleet, Challenger is by far the most reliable. In the 2.5 years since its space debut, it has flown 40% of all shuttle missions, sending 51 astronauts into space on 9 trouble-free flights.
LVCC,
Go ahead.
Okay, as soon as you're ready, gotta go to close out the crew compartment hatch.
Okay, we copy.
But this mission has not been going to plan. Bad weather has delayed launch for over a week. This morning, specialists sent up several weather balloons to check today's conditions. All the data looks good, But there's a problem. Unseasonably cold weather has covered the pad in sheets of ice 7.5 centimeters thick, and icicles over 1 meter long. No shuttle has ever launched in such freezing conditions.
They're still assessing the ice problem that we had on the structure.
Launch control decide to delay liftoff for 2 hours in the hope that most of the ice will melt. From their position in the stands, Krista's parents are worried.
Just didn't feel right at all. And my husband said, he said, you know, if I could go and take her off that thing, I would.
Good morning, Krista. Hope we go today. Good morning. Hope so too.
This is Mission Control Houston at the T-minus 9-minute mark. Flight controllers are ready to support launch. Roger, welcome.
With only 9 minutes to lift off, Launch Control checks to make sure all of the shuttle's propulsion systems are functioning properly.
Booster go.
Challenger's 3 main engines can burn nearly 4,000 liters of fuel a second, fed from the giant 46-meter tall external tank. But the 2 solid rocket boosters are the real powerhouses of the system. Their 3 million kilograms of thrust accelerated to 28,000 kilometers per hour, the speed it needs to break free of Earth's gravity. All of Challenger's systems are functioning correctly. The decision is unanimous.
Mission Control, this is Kennedy. We are a go for launch.
T-minus 2 minutes.
With so much fuel in one place, the risks are clear to everyone. But in the history of American spaceflight, no astronaut has ever been killed at liftoff. A comforting fact for some.
I suppose every once in a while you'd think about it, but you'd say, oh, NASA can do no wrong. And like Krista said, you know, Mom, she said that shuttle, they can shut that down the very last second if anything's wrong.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission. And it has cleared the tower.
It was unbelievable. My son reached his arms around his sister and me, and we looked across at all the other families with such joy. So we were tremendously excited.
Liftoff.
For Krista, it's the culmination of 5 months training and a lifetime dream.
Challenger, roll program. Roger, roll, Challenger.
Almost immediately, the shuttle begins a maneuver to roll over, putting the spacecraft on the correct trajectory for orbit.
Good roll, flight. Roger, good roll. Good roll program confirmed. Challenger now heading downrange.
Challenger is already traveling at nearly 1,600 kilometers per hour. As it climbs beyond the 10-kilometer mark, a severe crosswind suddenly slams into the shuttle. Over 3,000 kilometers away, engineer Roger Beaujolais is watching in horror. Challenger is on the verge of disaster.
My name is Brian, and I'm part of the software team here, and I'm standing just outside Mission Control as the crowd gathers behind me. We're all anxiously awaiting this very first test flight of Falcon Heavy. Now today, SpaceX has over 6,000 employees in locations across the country, but it wasn't always like that. Now, when SpaceX was first founded in 2002, it was just a small group of engineers who believed that they could reduce the cost of exploring space, but had never actually built a rocket themselves. Now, Falcon 1 was the first rocket we developed, and it was pretty small relative to Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. While the Falcon Heavy on the right of your screen is over 230 feet tall, Falcon 1 stood only about 70 feet tall and could only carry about a half a ton to orbit. However, despite its small size, Falcon 1 served a very large purpose. It was our roadmap to using modern technologies to engineer a vehicle that was not just more reliable, but was less expensive than alternatives. Now, we had 3 test flights of the Falcon 1 before we found success. But on that 4th Falcon 1 flight, it became the first privately developed liquid-fueled rocket to reach Earth orbit. Now, fast forward to today, and SpaceX has had 49 successful rocket launches. We have recovered 21 first stages, and we have reflown 6 of those. We have had 14 Dragon launches and have successfully reused the spacecraft as well. Now, our next step on this journey is just minutes from now when we'll attempt the first test flight of our heavy lift launch vehicle. Now, there have been many challenges along this long road, and it has not been easy. But no matter what happens today, it has all been worth it.
T-minus 21 seconds, and the solid rocket booster engine gimbal now underway. T-minus 15 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
Now controlling. Roger, roll, Challenger. Good roll program confirmed. Challenger now heading down range. Engine's beginning throttling down now at 94%. Normal throttles for most of the flight, 104%. We'll throttle down to 65% shortly. Engines at 65%, 3 engines running normally, 3 good fuel cells, 3 good APUs. Velocity 2,257 feet per second. Altitude 4.3 nautical miles. Downrange distance 3 nautical miles.
So the 25th Space Shuttle mission is now on the way after more delays than NASA cares to count. This morning it looked as though they were not going to be able to get off.
1 minute 15 seconds. Velocity 2,900 feet per second. Altitude 9 nautical miles. Downrange distance 7 nautical miles.
Looks like a couple of the solid rocket boosters blew away from the side of the shuttle in an explosion.
Flight controllers here looking very carefully at the situation. Obviously a major malfunction. We have no downlink.
We're awaiting word. They're holding their breath just, I'm sure, as everyone else is. You saw it just a few moments ago, about 45 seconds after liftoff, a huge fireball in the sky.
We have a report from the flight dynamics officer that the vehicle has exploded. Flight director confirms that. We are looking at checking with the recovery forces to see what can be done at this point. Contingency procedures are in effect. We will report more as we have information available. Again, to repeat, we have a report relayed through the flight dynamics officer that the vehicle has exploded. We are now looking at all the contingency operations and awaiting word from any recovery forces in the downrange field.
in what appears to be a major catastrophe in America's space program. Challenger, only seconds after leaving the launch pad, according to NASA, has exploded in midair. No word yet on if there are any survivors.
Now, one of the many challenges we're hoping to overcome with this test flight is the recovery of all three cores of the Falcon Heavy first stage. Although we have demonstrated success with the recovery of a single core, 3 is on a whole nother level. So let's check in with Michael to get an overview of what that story may look like.
At SpaceX, our primary goal is to enable people to live on other planets, most notably Mars.
They got a message from the action man. I'm happy, hope you're happy too. I've looked on every love, so pretty touch for the moon. Speaking of nothing's good, it's pictures of jackets and synthesis. Ain't got no money, ain't got no hair. But I'm hoping to get granted this cloudy. Ashes to ashes, fire to fire. Now I'm your times, the junket. Strung out in heaven's eye. Giving an old time love.
But it's hard to do this without dramatically lowering the cost of access to space. And the best way to accomplish that is to reuse as much of the rocket as possible. So we've been successful at landing and reusing Falcon 9 rockets for over 2 years now. And Falcon Heavy aims to continue this trend of reusability. So today, we'll be attempting to recover all 3 of the first stage cores by using both of our landing methods, by land and by sea. So the side boosters have actually been used before on missions TICOM 8 and CRS 9. And at the time of booster separation, during ascent, the side cores will still be going slowly enough to turn around. So it makes sense to return them to Cape. They'll be executing a 3-burn maneuver to get them back to landing zones 1 and 2 and Cape Canaveral Air Force Station. You may have heard of landing zone 1. Landing zone 2 is an identical landing pad right next to it for Falcon Heavy landings. The center core will be going too fast to efficiently return it to Cape Canaveral Air Force Station. So we're going to use the autonomous spaceport drone ship to catch it about 300 miles off the Florida coast. It will also be executing 3 burns to get there. So, if all goes well after launch, we'll have 3 first stage cores back on Earth, 2 for the second time, and a wealth of data for perfecting airplane-like operation in the future. So, countdown is still proceeding nominally, so let's check in again on how Falcon Heavy is doing.
We just passed T-minus 12 minutes in the countdown of the test flight of Falcon Heavy. Fuel is completely loaded on the second stage. The first stage is also loaded with fuel, except for a small top-off that'll happen between T-minus 7 minutes and T-minus 6 minutes. Our major activity now is loading liquid oxygen on the boosters and the second stage. Liquid oxygen propellant loading on the first stages will end between T-minus 4 minutes and T-minus 3 minutes. Liquid oxygen loading on the second stage is the last one to finish, ending by T-minus 2 minutes. Now, in addition to loading propellant, the team is preparing to perform their final checks of the Merlin engines. We'll begin chill-in of the Merlin engine turbopumps with liquid oxygen as typical at T-minus 7 minutes like we do on Falcon 9 flights. We'll also be verifying valves and using the thrust vector control actuators to move the engines to verify the actuators are working correctly. As we get to T-minus 4 minutes, the clamp on the top of the strung back will open. You can see it just behind the Falcon Heavy. That entire structure will move about 1.5 degrees away from the rocket. At liftoff, it will move the rest of the way to clear Falcon Heavy, just like Falcon 9 flights. At the T-minus 1 minute mark, the flight computers will go into startup mode. They'll be controlling the countdown on the Falcon Heavy. What's different in this flight? Engine ignition will begin at T-minus 5 seconds on the 2 side boosters, followed 2 seconds later by the center core. Now we're continuing to watch the weather, making sure that the ground liftoff winds don't exceed the maximum, but they're looking good right now. We continue monitoring the upper altitude winds as reported by the balloons. But right now at T-minus 10 minutes and 10 seconds and counting, the Falcon Heavy test flight is go.
As Challenger rockets upwards, it's traveling 9 times faster than a speeding bullet. 58 seconds into flight, it encounters a side wind, but a second later, the shaking stops. Now comes the most critical part of the ascent. A phase known as max Q, where the aerodynamic forces are at their greatest. Travel too fast, and the shuttle will break apart. Mission Control, under the command of Flight Director Jay Green, ordered Challenger to throttle down her engines.
3 at 65. 65, Fido. TDL confirms throttle. Thank you.
At 66 seconds, Challenger gets the all clear. It has made it safely through max Q and enters the thinner air of the upper atmosphere. Now it must accelerate to over 28,000 kilometers per hour to escape Earth's gravity. It's time to turn up the main engines to full power. Mission Control gives the cue.
Challenger, go with throttle up. Challenger, go with throttle up.
Suddenly, Challenger is engulfed in a massive fireball. Mission Control are stunned. They lose all contact with the spacecraft.
Flight GC, we've had negative contact, lost downlink. Copy.
Their data hasn't indicated that anything was wrong.
Okay, all operators, watch your data carefully.
Nobody is sure quite what has happened. Krista's parents can't believe their eyes.
The shuttle was gone, and we all knew, everybody knew that something was wrong. Something horrible was wrong, but of course nobody knew what it was.
Flight controllers here looking very carefully at the situation. Obviously a major malfunction.
At that moment when we were our most excited, it came crashing down.
The boosters remain intact, careering wildly off course. For safety, they are destroyed by remote control.
You know, you just hope against all odds that the orbiter was able to separate.
As the spiraling debris falls to Earth and plunges into the Atlantic, it's becoming all too clear what has happened.
Flight Fido, go ahead. RSO reports vehicle exploded. Copy.
We have a report from the flight dynamics officer that the vehicle has exploded. Flight director confirms that. We are looking at checking with the recovery forces to see what can be done at this point.
We were just so stricken that this had happened. because I never expected anything to happen. It was unreal.
Incredibly, as the wreckage emerges from the fireball, the crew compartment is still in one piece.
Fido flight. Go ahead. Do the RSOs have an impact point? Stand by.
At Mission Control, Jay Green gets the exact location where the wreckage hit the ocean.
DoD LSO reports that all SOC forces have been scrambled and they are on their way.
A massive search and rescue operation is immediately set in motion. They're hoping that the astronauts may still be alive. Then, they spot a parachute lowering from the sky.
Because the first flight of Falcon Heavy is a test mission, we do not have a customer spacecraft on board today. Instead, we put something a little special with SpaceX inside the fairing. Now, more often than not, on the first flight of a new rocket, engineers will choose to fly a mass simulator, which is basically a heavy object of some sort to simulate the dynamics of flying a payload, but with little consequence if the mission doesn't work out exactly as planned. And as many of you already know, we have opted to have a little fun with our mass simulator. Stacked inside the fairing is Elon's cherry red Tesla Roadster, and inside of it, a passenger. His name is Starman, but don't worry, he's not human. But he is donning the SpaceX-designed spacesuit that our human astronauts will be wearing on Crew Dragon. And if all goes well today, we hope to get some live views of it as it makes its way into space. Now, in addition to the Roadster, you might also catch a glimpse of a smaller passenger, which is a tiny little Hot Wheel Roadster carrying a tiny little Starman, which is a little Easter egg for today's mission, so keep your eyes peeled for that. But those are not the only payloads we're flying today. Secured inside the Roadster is another really special passenger called an ARC. An ARC is a 5D laser optical quartz storage device, which is essentially a high-tech, high-data storage unit that can survive in the harsh environment of space. It's built by the ARC Mission Foundation, which is an organization whose purpose is to store libraries of human knowledge and data on these devices and send them off into space with interplanetary travelers, thus preserving human achievements well beyond Earth. On the ARC that's being launched today, the Foundation has stored Isaac Asimov's classic sci-fi series, The Foundation Trilogy, which was the original inspiration for the ARC mission. And given that making humanity a multiplanetary species is the core purpose of SpaceX, launching an ARC on this mission just seemed fitting. And last but certainly not least, a little something special for our hardworking SpaceX team. Mounted on the payload attach fitting, which is the structure that holds the Roadster onto the second stage, there's a plaque on which the names of over 6,000 of our SpaceX employees are engraved. The work that goes into designing, building, testing, and launching a vehicle of this sort is no small feat, and we are super excited to be a part of the Roadster's billion-year journey through the solar system.
The parachute is only attached to the nose of one of the boosters. It's just part of the debris that continues to rain down over the Atlantic. The crew compartment can no longer be seen. Having fallen over 19 kilometers, it must have hit the ocean at over 320 kilometers per hour. The crew didn't stand a chance.
We became numb, speechless, and our hearts were shattering, much like those pieces that were falling from the sky.
When salvage teams manage to locate the remains of the crew module, what they discover is truly horrifying. Space Shuttle Challenger was traveling at nearly twice the speed of sound when it was torn into thousands of pieces. With little evidence to go on, NASA have an almost impossible task to work out exactly what took place. But with the recovery of the crew compartment, they should be able to piece together what happened to the astronauts after the massive blast. The crew's helmets give NASA their biggest lead. Each astronaut had an air supply attached to their helmet to be used in an emergency. In the wreckage, NASA find that 3 of them had been activated. It's a horrifying discovery. It means that at least 3 of the astronauts survived the explosion and could have been alive during the fall to Earth, a journey of over 2.5 minutes. At the memorial service, President Reagan pays tribute to the brave crew. All the relatives of the astronauts are there, including June and her family.
We were just barely able to put one step in front of the other. There was silence among all these family members. We were stunned. You never can prepare for anything like this.
The best we can do is remember our 7 astronauts, bringing life and love and joy to those who knew them, and pride to a nation.
I was just sad. I just felt the loss. I felt naturally that it never should have happened, and I couldn't do anything about it.
Dick, Mike, Judy, Elle, Ron, Greg, and Krista, your families and your country mourn your passing. We bid you goodbye. We will never forget you.
While America mourns, the pressure is on to find out exactly what caused the shuttle to explode. A presidential commission spent 5 months investigating the disaster and discover that the right solid rocket booster malfunctioned. The booster is made up of 4 segments bolted together. Where they meet is called a field joint. The area is sealed by a pair of compressed rubber O-rings. At ignition, the rocket fires up in under 1/100th of a second and forces the booster's steel casing outwards. The O-rings must expand at a speed faster than a blink of an eye to stop the rocket fuel escaping out the joint. The commission found that due to the freezing temperatures, the O-rings in the right booster's lowermost field joint did not enlarge as they should have. Gases twice as hot as the inside of a blast furnace escaped with deadly results.
And liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission.
As the shuttle accelerated skywards past Max Q, a flame burnt away the support attaching the booster to the external tank. As the attachment broke free completely, the entire bottom section gave way. The nose of the booster crashed into the top of the tank with devastating results. But now, one man is convinced there's more to the story than the O-rings and the weather.
After the investigation, a fairly simple conclusion was drawn in the public mind about what went wrong. Cold plus O-rings. Put them together and you have a Challenger explosion. Well, there was more to the story.
Renowned author James Child has spent 20 years unraveling some of the world's worst technological disasters. He's investigated everything from the Chernobyl nuclear explosion to the Air France Concorde disaster. Childs believes that in the Challenger accident, compromised O-rings can't have been all that was to blame.
One of the thoughts had been that if an O-ring failed, everything would go to pieces right there on the launch pad. Well, that didn't happen. Instead, it broke up at 73 seconds. Certainly, a mystery is laid in front of us. Something else must have been going on beyond a simple O-ring failure.
So why didn't Challenger blow up on the pad? What caused disaster to strike 73 seconds into flight? And could the crew have been saved? Now, by re-examining all the evidence, we will discover the critical chain of events that led to the loss of 7 astronauts' lives. Childs knows the shuttle was most at risk in the first few seconds of flight. Somehow, it survived both ignition and liftoff. Solving this mystery should shed light on the most tantalizing possibility of all. Could Challenger have remained intact long enough to get the astronauts into space.
That question haunts me.
Childs knows that every detail of Challenger's launch will be vital in unraveling the puzzle. He begins by re-examining the evidence that led the Commission to their conclusion that the O-rings were to blame. The original investigation began by looking at the footage shot by more than 200 cameras as the mission got underway. In the first 2 seconds, the images reveal mysterious black smoke billowing out from behind the right booster near the external tank. Using the camera positions, the Commission tried to work out exactly where the smoke was coming from. Camera E60, positioned nearly 400 meters from the launch pad, had a direct line of sight to the right booster. But it only got a partial view of the smoke. Next, they looked at an alternative position almost 600 meters west, camera E63, in the hope that this had captured a better shot. But again, the source of the smoke was obscured. The precise location of the smoke was unclear, so the Commission compared the two shots and calculated its origin to be within a 1.3 meter section of the right rocket booster's surface, 13 meters up. Analysis of the footage also indicated the smoke was billowing upwards. This vital information, together with the black color of the smoke, showed that it was the O-rings that were burning. But Jim Childs is not convinced this is the whole truth. If the O-rings had been breached and were leaking rocket fuel, the super-hot gases should have burned through the booster casing immediately, blowing the entire shuttle to pieces at liftoff. As Childs scrutinizes the official report, he realizes he's not the only one with unanswered questions.
My name is Roger Beaujolais.
Engineer Roger Beaujolais worked for Thiokol, the company that built the boosters for NASA.
I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth.
He testified to the Commission in 1986. He too realized that a more complex chain of events must have taken place.
On the morning of the launch, they were expecting temperature.
If we had a leak in a joint, it would blow up right at ignition. And not only blow up the shuttle, kill the astronauts, but it would blow up all the launch pad facilities also.
Beaujolais' evidence stunned the Commission. He revealed that he knew that the cold weather would jeopardize the mission. His conviction was based on evidence from a previous launch. A year earlier, in 1985, Discovery lifted off on a cold January morning. The temperature was just 11 degrees Celsius, the coldest launch conditions prior to Challenger's liftoff. When Discovery's rocket boosters were recovered, Beaujolais found a major problem in one of the field joints. There was a large amount of soot and signs of scorching around the O-rings. Beaujolais believed the cold made the O-rings rigid and prevented them sealing. On further examination, he noticed how close Discovery had come to catastrophe. The O-rings were less than a millimeter away from burning through completely. But as Childs reads the report, he realizes Beaujolais' testimony didn't stop there.
We scheduled a teleconference between...
He made a far more damning revelation. A full 13 hours before liftoff, Beaujolais had actually tried to stop the launch.
This here, gentlemen, proves without a doubt that the O-rings will not seal the joint.
Had he been listened to, the disaster may never have happened at all.
As Lauren just mentioned, if all goes well today, Falcon Heavy will put the Roadster on board into an Earth-Mars orbit around the Sun on a journey that could last for 1 billion years. Now, on a universal scale, this means that the Roadster will be tracing the shape of an ellipse with the Sun at one of its fixed points, or one of its foci. Now, we call this heliocentric because it is Sun-centered. The outermost distance on that same ellipse will intersect the path that Mars takes while it is on its own journey around the Sun. That's quite far away. That will reach a maximum distance from Earth of over 400 million kilometers. In Earth terms, that's about the same as a trip around the equator 10,000 times. Now, during its journey, the Roadster will also reach a maximum velocity of nearly 40,000 kilometers per hour, or about 20 times faster than a speeding bullet. Now, as we shed, it should stay up in orbit around the sun for about 1 billion years, and it's a very long, exciting road ahead, and we are thrilled to be able to take the first steps on that journey just 5 minutes from now.
8:12 a.m. The crew of the Space Shuttle Columbia prepares to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere and begin descent to Cape Canaveral. They are scheduled to touch down in exactly 1 hour, 4 minutes.
Check. OMS MPS system,
Hey, okay.
So what's the weather looking like in Florida?
Weather conditions are sunny and clear, perfect for landing.
They are NASA's best and brightest. Willie McCool, pilot. Kalpana Chawla, engineer. Michael Anderson, payload commander. Laurel Clark, zoologist. David Brown, flight surgeon. Ilan Ramon, electronics expert. Before liftoff, each of them made a statement to the press.
It may be something which only a handful can do, but if you really like what you do, then you've never really lost anything.
We have such a new and young crew, and we work together for so long that the relationship is something you don't quite understand.
I remember Gemini and Apollo quite late into the 60s, and then Skylab and the early shuttle.
The shuttle had launched 16 days earlier. Columbia was the oldest of the fleet, and this was its 28th mission. Like landing, takeoff is a high-risk time for the spacecraft and its passengers.
Commander Rick Husband, as he is currently in the White Room, our pilot, Willie McCool. This is his first flight.
At launch, the Columbia weighs 4.5 million pounds. Much of that weight is fuel, housed in an orange foam-covered tank directly under the shuttle. Basically, the Columbia is hardwired to a big bomb.
Space exploration is a risky business. It is foolish for anyone who's in that arena to pretend to the public that there aren't significant challenges and that there aren't risks, including the risk of death and tragedy. The shuttle is a risky vehicle. It needs to be replaced.
Back in 1986, the world had watched stupefied when the Space Shuttle Challenger turned into a fireball on takeoff. This terrible image scarred NASA's safety record. Almost 2 decades later, as Columbia launched, the fear of another disaster lingered. Columbia's mission had been delayed 13 times over 2 years because of technical snags. But at last, liftoff.
2, 1. We have booster ignition and liftoff of Space Shuttle Columbia with a multitude of national and international space research experiments.
NASA had been under a lot of pressure to get Columbia into space after so many setbacks.
When you're in a program that's got a lot of schedule pressure, a lot of budget pressure, a lot of performance requirements, the tendency that grew up over time was for you to get launch fever. Let's just go ahead and get this thing done, okay? We got the right stuff.
The seconds which follow liftoff are the most dangerous for the mission as the shuttle fights to escape the Earth's gravity. The Columbia launch appeared to be a textbook success. 8 minutes later, the shuttle separated from the fuel tank.
Now converging, Columbia's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to gently swivel, aiming the shuttle for a precise target in space for main engine.
And they're getting ready to take a look outside the window. And
the crew photographed the giant tank falling back to Earth.
And we're looking at it through the overhead window.
The shuttle was in orbit 300 kilometers above the Earth. racing at 28,000 kilometers per hour. For an astronaut, it's a breathtaking moment.
The first free moment I have, I'm excited about just looking down at our planet and soaking it all in.
This mission was for space research. The shuttle bay was fitted with a science lab to conduct experiments designed to help scientists learn about long-term survival in space.
Where did we come from? Are we alone? Where are we going?
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep.
What happens when a living system leaves the planet of origin, leaves this Earth?
The experiments ranged from tests on animals, fish and ants, to the study of weightlessness.
I think it is critical for understanding how life works to understand the role of gravity. And if we're ever going to take the probably 3-year trip to Mars with people, we have to learn a lot more about how you fix the problems that weightlessness creates.
Despite all the training, nothing can prepare astronauts for the experience of zero gravity.
In a quarter of a second, we just go from 3 times heavier to, oh my. You're still strapped into your seat, but you can tell you're already floating in it, and then stuff starts floating in the cabin. And then your brain says, whoa, nobody told me about this. What's this about?
You take a look at this.
One day after what had seemed a perfect launch, a team inspecting video footage discovered that a piece of foam cladding from the main fuel tank had come loose and hit the shuttle during liftoff.
Whoa. Can you highlight it?
Yeah, no problem.
This was nothing new.
The foam has to cover irregular areas on the surface of this external tank. It's a huge amount of acreage. I mean, you're covering hundreds and hundreds of square feet or square meters. The foam doesn't stick perfectly. And so every flight, literally every flight of the shuttle, some of it comes off.
It was, in NASA speak, an in-family problem.
Yeah.
They called it popcorning, but this chunk was bigger than normal, the size of a 50-centimeter TV screen. It was clear from the video that the foam had hit the orbiter's left wing, but there had been foam hits before. No one was unduly worried.
It was probably a day or not more than 2 days after we launched, and I had seen some video. At the time, I didn't know what it was. I didn't know if it was foam. I didn't know if it had impacted the wing. I knew that the engineering teams were off looking at it to determine whether it was something that we needed to be or should be concerned about.
8:20 a.m. The countdown for Columbia's re-entry to the atmosphere is well advanced. But though the foam hit's been known about for 2 weeks, there's a consequence neither crew nor ground control are even now aware of. 2 days into the flight, a piece of the leading edge of the left wing hit by the foam fell off. Unseen and unknown, there's a gaping hole in the shuttle's left wing. It went unnoticed at the time because from the command capsule on the Columbia, the crew could not see the wings. And the computer systems on the shuttle were so primitive that the data from the wing's sensors could not be processed on board.
Unlike Star Trek or unlike a science fiction series, there is not aboard the shuttle some all-powerful computer that's analyzing thousands of inputs and telling the crew there's a problem. The shuttle is based in the technology of the late 60s and early 70s. The primitive computers that are on board compared to your laptop aren't hooked up to sensors, and even if they were, they're not capable of doing a lot of real-time analysis.
The shuttle could easily orbit in space with an undetected hole in its wing, but it would not be able to return to the Earth's atmosphere. Blissfully unaware, the astronauts held a video conference with Earth and the International Space Station the day after the piece of wing fell off.
Hey, Alpha, this is Columbia. How you doing over there?
We're doing great. We're so glad to see you guys made it into orbit.
Yeah, we're glad to be here too. And everybody's doing a great job, and I'm really excited to be able to talk to you guys. One space lab to another big old space lab.
The evidence of the foam hit was brought to Columbia's mission manager, Linda Ham, who'd had 16 years' experience in the job. She had to decide what action, if any, should be taken. The big question was whether the hit had merely damaged the tiles on the outside of the wing, or whether they might be burned through to the panels of the wing itself. She chaired a series of conference calls with NASA engineers about the potential danger.
Okay, we received the data from the systems integration guys of the potential ranges of sizes and impact angles and where it might have hit. But the thermal analysis does not indicate that there is a potential for a burn-through.
No burn-through means no catastrophic damage, and localized heating damage would mean a tile replacement?
Well, it would mean possible impact to turnaround repairs and that sort of thing, but we don't see any kind of safety of flight issue here.
The message from the NASA technicians was clear. They saw no reason to be alarmed, just the inconvenience of a longer turnaround before the next flight.
What do you think? No safety of flight, no issue for this mission, nothing we're going to have to do different. There might be a turnaround?
Right. Although we could have some significant tile damage here, we don't see a safety of flight issue.
Would be a turnaround issue only.
Right.
We would get vehicles back on the runway and have lots of damage of this type to the heat shield tiles in the thermal protection system. And so we had a lot of experience with dings and nicks and chunks out of tiles that turned out to be a reuse issue. And so that's what I had understood this to be. And so I didn't have any concerns as we entered into the preparations for deorbit and entry and landing.
Anxious to avoid any awkward questions from the press, engineer Steve Stitch informed Commander Rick Husband of the problem.
Hey, Rick.
Yeah, Steve.
There's one item I'd like to bring to your attention. The item is not even worth mentioning other than wanting to make sure you're not surprised by it in a question from a reporter. During ascent, at approximately 80 seconds, photo analysis shows some debris impacted the orbiter left wing. Experts have reviewed the high-speed photography and there's no concern. We have seen this same phenomenon on several other flights and there's absolutely no concern for entry.
Thanks for letting me know. I've seen this happen. Look, can you get the video up to me so I can have a look and then I'll show it to my crew?
Sure thing. Safe ride home.
Thanks, Steve. Keep up the good work. Columbia, out.
NASA uplinked the tape to the shuttle. Rick Husband showed it to the crew. No one was alarmed. They all knew it had happened before. But some NASA engineers thought that not enough had been done to establish whether the foam hit had damaged the wing. They requested that the US Air Force use a spy satellite to get images of the orbiter in space.
No, I don't believe it.
Linda Ham and the mission management team did not seek Department of Defense photographs of the shuttle. Later, they said that they had received no formal request.
That is why I do go.
However, there were residual concerns among the engineers on the ground. Discussions among the management team now focused on what they could do if the foam had indeed pierced the wing.
During the flight because there's not much we can do about it.
Yeah, as everybody knows, we took a hit on the left, somewhere on the left wing leading edge, and we are also talking about what you can do in the event that we do have some damage there.
Right, okay. So we ought to pull
Linda Ham asked for comparisons to be made with previous shuttle flights.
the data from 112 or whatever the flight was, just to make sure.
Yeah, and we'll do that.
Then Ham delivered an explicit admission. NASA was helpless.
You know, I really don't think there's much we can do. So it's not really a factor with this flight because there's nothing we can do about it.
Okay.
NASA management had 5 separate meetings about the foam strike. Flight director Leroy Kane recalls that every time it was on the agenda, the outcome was the same. No action needed.
Help with debris hit. The Space Shuttle program was asked directly if they had any interest or desire in requesting resources outside of NASA to view the orbiter. They said no. After talking to Phil, I consider it to be a dead issue.
Two days before their scheduled return to Earth, Husband, McCool, and Chowla ran a complete simulation for re-entry.
First, and then the RCS hot fire.
Husband and his team were confident. The Columbia was technically ready for touchdown at Cape Canaveral at 9:16 on February the 1st. No one on board the shuttle or on Earth had any idea that there was a gaping hole in Columbia's left wing, and the astronauts were doomed.
The SpaceX team continues to count down for launch of Falcon Heavy test flight. Now, once we light the engines, Falcon Heavy will check the power on all 27 Merlin engines, a critical period in the go-no-go for launch. It'll then command release from the ground hold-downs. 40 seconds into flight, we'll decrease power on the 2 side boosters in preparation for maximum aerodynamic loads on the vehicle. Once we get through this period, Falcon Heavy will throttle back up to full power on the side boosters. About half a minute later, we will again throttle down the 2 side boosters. This time we're decreasing the forces on the rocket structure. At this point in flight, the vehicle is much lighter, having burned off much of the propellant, but we are increasing thrust. 2.5 minutes into flight, we'll fully turn off the side boosters, an event called BECO, Booster Engine Cutoff. At this point, the pneumatic separation system on the center core will unlock the 2 side boosters and push them away. The side boosters will disconnect first at the top of the center core, then milliseconds later from the bottom, so they'll actually rotate away from the center core slightly. Once the side boosters are clear, the center core will throttle up to full power and burn for another 25 seconds. Finally, at just past 3 minutes after liftoff, the center core will shut down, an event called MECO, Main Engine Cutoff, and the second stage will separate. From this point on, it's like a Falcon 9 mission. The fairing will separate, the MVAC-D upper stage engine fires, eventually sending the stage and payload out into the solar system to orbit around the sun. So that gives you a feel for the sequence of events we're planning on today's flight. So now, at T-minus 4 minutes 45 seconds and counting, let's witness the test flight of Falcon Heavy.
Journalist Jim Childs is re-examining a critical aspect of the Challenger shuttle disaster. Why didn't the vehicle blow up at its most vulnerable point, during liftoff, when all the evidence says it should have? As he reads the report, he finds out rocket engineer Roger Beaujolais predicted such a scenario at a teleconference held the night before launch. Taking part were Morton Thiokol's 4 senior managers, NASA managers at Kennedy Space Center, and in Tennessee, NASA's head of rocket boosters, Lawrence Malloy.
I don't think that you fully appreciate
seriousness. The question was asked, are you guys concerned about launching in cold weather tomorrow? When I heard that, I almost went nuts.
I recommend that we do not launch if the temperature is below 53 degrees Fahrenheit.
When Beaujolais warned them that the freezing temperatures made it too dangerous to go ahead, Thiokol's managers immediately advised NASA not to launch.
We recommend not launching.
But NASA considered the data to be inconclusive.
I am a
appalled. How can you possibly enter into this conversation the night before a launch? My God, fire call. That makes no sense.
Larry Malloy states, my God, fire call, when do you want me to launch? Next April? Why are you guys trying to come up with launch commit criteria on the eve of a launch? Those are powerful metaphorical statements that interpret for all of us, engineers and managers alike, to mean you're screwing up my launch schedule.
In response to Malloy, Thiokol's managers put the teleconference on hold and reconsidered their position.
It's obvious that our hands are tied.
When it looked like they were changing their minds, Beaujolais made a last-ditch attempt to convince them to abort.
This, gentlemen, this is real data.
He reminded them of the burnt O-rings from discoveries near fatal flight a year earlier.
Look at it! Look at it!
Just look at that.
I can't pull it out either. I'd have to drill it.
Why don't you just look at it?
Yeah, it's set. It's the only mark.
I mean, just look at it.
Yeah.
I mean, just get a look at that.
Look at it!
I was literally screaming at them to look at the photos and not ignore what they were telling us. You have to be blind, deaf, and dumb not to know what these two pictures are telling you.
The longer the delay in sailing the joint, the greater the risk of disaster.
But this time, Beaujolais' evidence was ignored.
General manager said in a soft voice, take off your engineering hat and put on your management hat. That is the strongest metaphor to play ball that I've ever heard in my 27-year engineering career in the aerospace industry.
Okay, gentlemen, let's take a vote on it.
Go for launch.
All four managers agreed to launch.
This is Thiokol. Back online.
What's your answer?
It's a go to launch.
When they told NASA, Lawrence Malloy immediately accepted their decision.
I was so angry. I had to stay as composed as I could by kind of separating myself from what was going on in the meeting at that point, or else I would probably jumped up and punched somebody out.
The next day, as Beaujolais watched the launch, he fully expected to witness a ground-level blast of gargantuan proportions.
As the vehicle ignited and cleared the launch tower, so a big sigh of relief came through me. We had just dodged a bullet because it hadn't exploded on the pad.
But of course, Beaujolais' relief was short-lived.
I sit in stunned silence, and I can't tell you to this day, 20 years later, how long I sat there. I eventually found my way back to my office. I actually put my feet up on the desk and looked at the corner between two walls, and I fought for hours to hold back the tears because I was an emotional wreck.
If even the one man who predicted disaster was surprised at what actually happened, then surely there's more to discover about how the 7 astronauts were killed. Like the commission before him, Childs returns to the image of the black smoke leaking from the right solid rocket booster. After all, this was the key evidence that pointed to the O-rings being the cause. Are there any more clues to be had from this precious footage? One becomes immediately obvious. The smoke starts, then stops 2 seconds later. Why?
We know from the film, the smoke starts shortly after launch, it goes for about 2 seconds, it stops. We know that something has stopped it. We don't know what.
And there is more. The smoke does not come out in one long plume. It comes out as a series of 9 short puffs. What is causing this pulsing? The investigators knew that the booster was put under incredible stress at the point of ignition, so they examined this critical phase in more detail. To fire the booster, a flame is shot from the top downwards through a tunnel in the middle of the solid fuel. In less than 1/100 of a second, the rocket ignites. The explosive force causes the steel casing to expand outwards in one sharp movement. The gases burning inside are now under tremendous pressure and firing out of the exhaust at over 8,500 kilometers per hour. But despite being under continuous strain, the field joint on Challenger's right booster somehow sealed itself, and the smoke stopped. Childs examines how the investigators answered this thorny mystery. They looked further back at the takeoff sequence. 6 seconds before liftoff, the main engines fire up. At this point, the whole shuttle is still bolted to the ground. The enormous thrust pushes Challenger's nose over by a meter. As it returns to vertical, the bolts fixing the shuttle to the pad release, and simultaneously the boosters ignite. This rocking motion sends a shockwave throughout the entire vehicle. It's a phenomenon NASA engineers call the twang. As the vibration passes through the structure, is it possible that the resonance is opening and closing the seal inside the field joint? Is this what is causing the black smoke to billow out in puffs? If so, then the timing of the puffs should match exactly the twang's natural frequency of 3 a second. From careful examination of the film, the smoke does indeed seem to billow out at the same rate.
It's clear from the match between the frequency of the smoke puffs and the vibration of the solid rocket booster that the twang is directly responsible for these puffs of smoke.
It's a major step forward. As the solid rocket booster flexed, it must have caused the field joint to open momentarily, producing the telltale puffs of smoke. But the second, more difficult question remains. If the O-rings were being breached, why did the smoke suddenly stop 2.6 seconds into liftoff?
Most likely scenario is that something blocked the hole. That really can be the only explanation.
With the booster running at such intense temperature and pressure, only one thing could have blocked the hole: the rocket fuel itself. In the 50s, solid rocket fuel was revolutionized when a new element was added: aluminium. It raises the burning temperature and increases the thrust by about 50%. But aluminium-enhanced rocket fuel leaves a metallic residue known as slag, which is normally blown out of the exhaust along with the hot gases. After reading the detailed reports, Childs agrees the slag might be the key to the mystery.
We'll never know the exact dynamics, but it fits the physics.
The theory is that as the booster burned, aluminium slag built up around the gap left by the burning O-ring and stopped the hot gases leaking through the field joint. This mechanism would finally explain why the shuttle didn't blow up at liftoff. So given that the booster survived the most dangerous phase of any mission, the traumatic shake-up of launch, why did disaster strike 73 seconds into flight? The commission uncovered two important leads. At 58.8 seconds, a film camera captures a flame appearing on the side of the right booster. Moments later, there's an unexpected reading in Challenger's flight data. More than 2,000 transmitters spread all over the vehicle give mission control an accurate account of the spacecraft's behavior in real time. The information, called telemetry, is recorded on the ground. At 60 seconds, the pressure in the booster suddenly starts to fall from 44 centimeter to 43 kilograms per square centimeter.
Something has gone wrong in the right-hand booster. It's 24 pounds per square inch low.
A loss of pressure can mean only one thing. The hole has reappeared and rocket fuel is escaping at high speed. So Charles now has to find the reason why the hole opened. Immediately he notices what seems too much like a coincidence. At the very moment the flame appears, 58.8 seconds into the flight, Challenger passes through the danger zone known as Max Q. This is where the air resistance experienced by the shuttle is at its greatest and the structural forces peak. Given that Max Q occurred just as the flame appeared, Charles wonders if the stresses on the ship could have dislodged the slag.
Why would it open again? It might well have to do with the stresses on the shuttle at around the 60-second point. That might well be enough to open it up and free those chunks of slag.
It's a reasonable theory, but there's no proof. The shuttle was not overspeeding and had correctly throttled down to 65%, so it shouldn't have been unduly stressed. Perhaps something else was going on.
And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech.
Invec and A1D fuel bleed has started.
And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there.
Safety critical throttling to close up.
And they said one to another, Go to, let us make brick, and burn them throughly. And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said, Go to, let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven, and let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth.
NY lock sled complete.
And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower which the children of men builded. And the Lord said, Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language.
PY lock sled throttling to close up.
And this they begin to do.
PY lock sled complete.
And now nothing will be restrained from them which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech.
Stage 2 TVC motions nominal.
So the Lord scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Therefore is the name of it called Babel, because the Lord did there confound the language of all the earth. And from thence did the Lord scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth.
BOGO bleed verification. Center core lock sled complete.
Strombeck Laura has ended. Strombeck's at 88.2 degrees.
Just over half an hour from their scheduled touchdown, all systems seem perfectly normal on the space shuttle Columbia. In mission control, Flight Director Leroy Kane feels total calm.
It was right by the numbers, as I recall. And then we worked with the crew through the post-burn checklist. There was nothing out of the norm. Everything was going really well. The systems were all performing very well. The team was really on top of its game that day.
How do we look for landing?
2 minutes later, Columbia enters the discernible atmosphere, 400,000 feet above the Earth's surface. The utter cold of space gives way to intense heat on Columbia's hull. Right on cue, the temperature of the shuttle's wing soars to 1,400 degrees Celsius. Unknown to anyone, the superheated air starts to enter the wing through the undetected hole. Rick Husband and Willie McCool start the re-entry procedure. It is completely computer controlled. Once re-entry begins, there's no turning back. Columbia slows by 800 kilometers per hour, still traveling faster than any object ever created by man. This is the danger zone, losing speed and catching air.
You have to go from 17,000 miles an hour to zero, sitting on a runway somewhere, in the span of just a few minutes. That means that you have to give up a huge amount of energy in a short period of time. That translates into a lot of heat.
Inside the command capsule, the astronauts stare in awe at the raging heat outside the glowing windows.
This is amazing. It's really getting really bright out there. Yeah, you definitely don't want to be outside now.
They have seen it before, but it never ceases to amaze. In mission control, the weather, not the wing, is on flight director Leroy Kane's mind. The winds are high at Cape Canaveral this morning. Kane's thinking about sending Columbia around for another orbit. At the last minute, he decides conditions are within the margin of safety. He gives approval for the planned touchdown in Florida. There is just one anomaly. A sensor on the left wing shows the leading edge is 1,650 degrees, 500 degrees hotter than ever recorded on a shuttle re-entry. At mission control, technicians are puzzled by the unexplained temperatures.
FYI, I've just lost 4 separate temperature transducers on the left-hand side of the vehicle. Hydraulic return temperatures, 2 of them in System 1 and 1 each in Systems 2 and 3.
The mechanical systems officer called me and said that we were seeing indications of some temperature sensors that were off nominal, and they were sensors that were in the back of the wing near the control surfaces.
These high temperatures are coming from the landing gear area of the left wing. If anything has gone wrong with the shuttle's landing gear, Leroy Kane knows the shuttle can't land.
Well, that's not funny.
4 hide return temps?
To the left outboard and inboard elevons.
The technicians struggle to interpret the data coming in from the shuttle's hydraulics.
MDM or anything at all? I mean, you're telling me you lost them at exactly the same time?
Oh, no, not exactly. They were within probably 4 or 5 seconds of each other.
Where's that instrumentation located?
They are located on the aft part of the left wing, right in front of the elevon.
Copy.
Kane tries to make sense of the temperature data coming from the left wing.
There was no bus, no cable, no MDM, no single thing that was common to all of those measurements, except the fact that they were all in the left wing. That was the commonality, as it turns out.
Right on schedule, the shuttle executes a computer-controlled roll to the right. The maneuver is designed to try to find some lift, which will help slow the shuttle down even more and cool her superheated outer skin. The shuttle is still doing everything that it's supposed to. Kane reassures himself the problem with the sensors on the left wing is a computer error.
Copy.
We began to look around the room and ask the other team members, hey, how's it look? Everything's going fine. And the reason everything else was working fine is because the orbiter was continuing to fly fine. All of the rest of the systems were continuing to function normally.
Columbia seems to be performing perfectly. What no one realizes is that the breach in the left wing is pushing the thrusters into overdrive to compensate.
We know now it was firing continuously in order to correct for the wing with the hole in it that was starting to disintegrate.
The shuttle is now heading towards Earth at a speed of 17,000 kilometers per hour. At mission control, Kane's team monitor the descent.
Everything looked good to you? Control and rates and everything is nominal, right?
Control's been stable through the rolls we've gone through so far, Flight. We have good trims. I don't see anything out of the ordinary.
All other indications for your hydraulic systems indications are good?
They're all good. We've had good quantities all the way across.
And the other temps are normal?
They're all normal. Yes, sir.
In the cockpit, the temperatures are still reading normal. Kane has nothing to tell the crew.
If there's something we want the crew to do or need the crew to do, we give them the direction to do that. In this case, we didn't have anything figured out by the time we lost comm with the crew.
Right on schedule, the computer kicks in once more, and Columbia executes a roll reversal, another maneuver to slow the vessel's re-entry speed. And once again, the shuttle performs perfectly. Wing temperatures even begin to drop exactly as planned despite the damage. But readings on Columbia's hydraulic systems on the left wing are still going haywire.
We see it out the front also.
Max, tell me again which system's there for?
That's all 3 hydraulic systems.
These extreme readings present a puzzle no one has planned for.
Left outboard elevon and 2 in the left inboard.
Okay, I got you. And when you say you lost those, are you saying they went to 0 or off scale low?
All 4 of them were off scale low, and they were staggered. They were, like I said, within seconds of each other.
In Arizona, a group of shuttle watchers get up early to take home videos of the famed Columbia.
There's 7 people in that thing.
Wow.
Look at the chunks coming off of it.
Yeah.
What the heck is that?
I don't know, but I see what you're saying. Ice, maybe?
The crew on board Columbia are still totally unaware that there is any problem. They cannot see the disintegrating wing. The Columbia should now be visible to NASA tracking stations, but there is no sign of it.
Because I asked the flight dynamics officer to verify that the systems were working the way they were supposed to, and he verified that they had been checked, and they double-checked, and they just checked them again, and they're working, and they're not seeing the orbiter in the space and time where it's supposed to be. At that point, I pretty much felt like we probably had a significant problem that we may not be able to recover from. Although I still wasn't ready to acquiesce to that.
A huge piece of thermal tile flies off the shuttle. It will be the first piece of Columbia found on the ground by investigators.
What was that? I don't know.
The shuttle is now uncontrollable.
Columbia, this is Houston. Columbia, this is Houston. Please respond.
Then, a new problem from the systems tech in mission control.
We just lost tire pressure on the left outboard and left inboard. Both tires.
Copy.
Kane's calm answer masks his confusion.
Columbia, this is Houston. Please respond.
Losing tire pressure means the Columbia will crash on touchdown. The loss of tire pressure is detected in the cockpit.
Pressure on left outboard and left inboard, both tires.
Rick Husband tries to reach mission control. These are his final recorded words.
Flight max are also off.
Columbia, this is Houston. Please respond. Columbia, this is Houston. Please respond. Flight, there's still no response from Columbia.
Copy.
Leroy Kane's mind flashes back to the foam impact. He knows the unthinkable has happened. That NASA has made mistakes that have cost lives.
I can probably even show you, if you have the mission control video, where that thought was going through my mind.
Fido, when are you expecting tracking? 1 minute to go, flight.
Columbia, Houston, UHF, comm check. Columbia, Houston, UHF, comm check.
The orbiter may have started flipping around, it may have started tumbling, we're not really sure, but it was not instantaneous. There was a period of time in there when the crew probably knew that the end was near.
Stage 2 locks load complete.
O Lord our God,
Falcon Heavy prop load is complete.
how excellent is thy name in all the earth, who hast set thy glory above the heavens. Out of the mouth of babes and sucklings hast thou ordained strength.
Falcon Heavy is on internal power.
Because of thine enemies, that thou mightest still the enemy and the avenger. When I consider thy heaven, the work of thy fingers,
Vehicles in self-align.
Ground gas closeouts has started.
the moon and the stars which thou hast ordained.
Falcon Heavy gas loads are complete.
What is man, that thou art mindful of him, and the Son of Man, that thou visitest him? For thou hast made him a little lower than the angels,
M1D fuel bleed complete.
and hast crowned him with glory and honor. Thou madest him to have dominion over the works of thy hands. Thou hast put all things under his feet.
M1D engine chill is complete.
AFTS is ready for launch.
Ground gas closeouts are complete.
Falcon Heavy is in startup. Stage 2 pressing for flight.
All sheep and oxen, yea, and the beasts of the field, the fowl of the air, and the fish of the sea, and whatsoever passeth through the paths of the seas. O Lord our Lord, how excellent is thy name in all the earth.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Launch director on countdown 1. SpaceX Falcon Heavy, go for launch.
Falcon Heavy is configured for flight.
T-minus 15, stand by for terminal count. 10, 9, 8.
Side booster ignition.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Off. Falcon Heavy.
On our test flight, building on the history of Saturn V Apollo, returning pad 39A to interplanetary mission. We're getting ready to throttle down for max Q. You've heard the call out. Vehicle is supersonic. Side boosters are now throttling back up to full power.
Vehicle has reached maximum dynamic pressure.
We're past max Q, the period of maximum loads on the vehicle. Next up, we'll be waiting for the side boosters to begin to throttle down prior to booster engine cutoff and separation 2.5 minutes into flight. GNC trajectory looks good on the Falcon Heavy. Reports show that the M1D engine performance is nominal.
Contact engine says begun.
Side boosters have begun to throttle down in preparation for the upcoming shutdown in 20 seconds. Major event coming up with side booster shutdown and separation.
Inside shutdown. Side boosters. Beacon. Center. We're throttling up. S1 keeps going.
booster boost box started.
Successful separation. We're coming up on Nico in shutdown.
Stay set. Separation confirmed. Event recognition. This big burn looks good on side boosters. Spectrum started.
Coming up on fairing separation.
Center core side engines on power, also look good. Booster boost box shutdown. Center core boost backbone shutdown. Can we get acquisition of signal?
Wow, did you guys see that? That was awesome. That's the only thing I can really say right now.
Absolutely wild. I got nothing else.
Oh, man. Recapping all the great things that you just saw there. Successful liftoff from the pad, successful stage separation, but before that, successful booster separation. You can see stage one. The two side boosters, pardon me, you can see the center core, and you can see MVAC lit up. Oh my gosh.
Then the beautiful shots of Starman chilling in the Tesla Roadster. Just absolutely incredible. On your screen at the moment, you've got a few things happening. On the upper right, you've got MVAC-D continuing its burn. On the upper left, you have the center core headed back towards the autonomous spaceport drone ship. And in the two bottom screens, you've got the side boosters headed back towards Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, landing zones 1 and 2. The next step coming up for the side boosters and the center booster is the re-entry burn. That's going to slow it down from, or slow all the boosters down from way faster than the speed of sound to just faster than the speed of sound in order to reduce some of those aerodynamic forces and heating that occurs when you're moving that quickly through the atmosphere.
And as you can see on your screen, that re-entry burn for those two side boosters has begun.
Side boosters entry burn shut down. Side core entry burn target.
The center core in the upper left of your screen performing its own re-entry burn. You can see the edge of Cape Canaveral in both of the side booster cameras as those are coming in.
Yes, PY and NY side boosters have phased.
Center core entry burn shutdown.
And even though those look very similar, those two boosters' views, those are actually representing different boosters. And they're heading towards Earth. They're about to begin their landing burns. We'll hopefully be able to bring you nice footage of that.
Both side boosters transonic.
And watch for the landing lights deploy at the tail end of that landing burn.
And that landing burn has started.
Both boosters looking to be on track towards their respective landing
boosters
zones.
landing bands have started. Side boosters landing legs are deployed.
And the Falcons have landed.
LZ1, LZ2, both side boosters have touched down. Landing operators move on to 11 by 1, recovery 1, and recovery 2.
Coming up very shortly, the Center Corps will be attempting its landing on the autonomous spaceport drone ship.
You may also be hearing the second engine cut off. Oh, check on your screen. Sometimes this footage goes out when it approaches the drone ship and the heavy vibrations make it lose signal. We're crossing our fingers, that's not the case right now.
Stage 2, nominal parking orbit insertion.
So it looks like that landing is happening at the moment. We have lost signal. We're hoping that signal comes back shortly.
Oh man, yeah. As Michael mentioned earlier, with the vibrations of the rocket and how it shakes up the cameras that are on the drone ship, sometimes we do lose signal, or shakes up the antennas.
Oh, and we've just gotten confirmation.
We're waiting to hear what happens, and so we're listening in, and we're still waiting to hear. We'll let you know as soon as we find out. You'll know. People are cheering, but we'll get the call and know hopefully very, very soon how that Center Corps is doing, whether it's standing up proud on that drone ship or not.
Meanwhile,
other two landings.
those were absolutely gorgeous. Engine cut off. Oh, check on your screen. Sometimes this footage goes out when it approaches the drone ship and the heavy vibrations make it lose signal. We're crossing our fingers, that's not the case right now.
Stage 2, nominal parking orbit insertion.
So it looks like that landing is happening at the moment. We have lost signal. We're hoping that signal comes back shortly.
Oh man, yeah. As Michael mentioned earlier, with the vibrations of the rocket and how it shakes up the cameras that are on the drone ship, sometimes we do lose signal, or shakes up the antennas.
Oh, and we've just gotten confirmation.
We're waiting to hear what happens, and so we're listening in, and we're still waiting to hear. We'll let you know as soon as we find out. You'll know. People are cheering, but we'll get the call and know hopefully very, very soon how that Center Corps is doing, whether it's standing up proud on that drone ship or not. We're waiting to hear what happens, and so we're listening in, and we're still waiting to hear. We'll let you know as soon as we find out. You'll know.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
But we'll get the call and
I've come to talk with you again, because a vision softly creeping left its seeds while I was sleeping, and the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence.
take you live to Kennedy Space Center in Florida. There you see SpaceX founder Elon Musk holding a news conference after today's successful launch of the Falcon Heavy rocket. Let's listen in.
I'm still trying to absorb everything that happened because it seems surreal to me. I had this image of just a giant explosion on the pad with, a wheel bouncing down the road and like the Tesla logo landing somewhere with a thud. But fortunately, that's not what happened. The mission seems to have gone really as well as one could have hoped, with the exception of the center core. That was the two side boosters. If you guys were here, you saw them land. That was epic. I think that's probably the most exciting thing I've ever seen, literally ever. And then the center core obviously didn't land on the drone ship, or we would have shown that. I mean, we're looking at the issue, but I think it didn't have enough propellant to relight the all three engines. Enough for something called TTAB, triethyl aluminum triethyl boron, that's used to light the engines. So it, I believe that the center one lit, I believe, and the outer two did not, and that was not enough to slow the stage down. Apparently, it hit the water at 300 miles an hour. And took out two of the engines on the drone ship. So if we got the footage, that sounds like some pretty fun footage. So if the cameras didn't get blown up as well, then we'll put that out for just the blooper reel. But that's near the head. We weren't going to reuse that center core anyway, or the two side boosters. The side boosters, we'll figure out some place to put them, but. Since they're not Block 5 or version 5, we weren't planning on reusing any of the cores. The upper stage seems to have worked perfectly so far. The two burns were executed correctly, and now we'll see if the upper stage avionics survive quite an arduous trip through the Van Allen belts. Normally, the stage will pass very quickly through the Van Allen belts. Here, it's essentially dwelling there for several hours. And then it's going to do a restart, deplete its propellant, and go to transmos injection. And the propellant levels all look good. The propellant, after the second burn of the upper stage, we were only 0.3 sigma away from predictions, which is basically very minor. So it has plenty of propellant to complete the transmos injection, assuming that the fuel doesn't freeze and the oxygen doesn't boil off and the electronics don't get fried. So those are the issues. We'll find out in a few hours if that burn is successful. I don't think there's anything else I know that's worth mentioning. I went out to the landing zone, took a look at the side boosters. They look in really good condition. So they're both reflyable, although, as I said, they're combination of version 3 and version 4. So we're only going to be reflying really version 5 at this point. That launches shortly, and that'll be our mainstay. We'll stick to version 5 for the Falcon architecture. We don't expect to have a version 6. All right, any questions that I haven't answered? I'll do my best to answer them, but I'm not sure if I have the information yet, but I'll try.
So we're going to start in the room, and the first question goes to David Curley from ABC News.
Elon, spectacular. What did you learn? What did Falcon Heavy teach you?
I guess, told me like crazy things can come true. Because he'd said I didn't really think this would work. Because when I see the rocket lift off, I see 1,000 things that could not work, and it's amazing when they do. And I was really seeing the two boosters land synchronized, really just like the simulation. I mean, it makes me think like that could be quite a scalable approach. You know, you could imagine large numbers of those just coming in, landing, taking off, landing, doing many flights per day. So I think it gives me a lot of faith for our next architecture, the sort of the interplanetary spaceship. You have different names for it, but BFR is kind of the code name. And it gives me confidence that BFR is really quite workable. But I was actually looking at the side boosters and they're pretty big. You know, they're 16 stories tall, 60-foot leg span. But we need to be way bigger than that. So I think it's given me a lot of confidence that we can make the BFR design work. Yeah, it's. I have tremendous confidence, obviously, in the SpaceX team. So I think we can really do this a lot, you know, and keep advancing the technology to achieve full and rapid reusability, which would have a profound effect on the future. And one of the interesting things about, say, Falcon Heavy versus Falcon 9 is that Falcon Heavy has the same level of expendability as Falcon 9. So if you look at, say, the price of Falcon 9 is $60 million, Falcon Heavy is 90, even though it's got 3 times as much capability. Because in both cases, the only thing that's expended is the upper stage. We're going to start recovering the fairings, the big nose cone. We're going to recover that, recover the boosters. And so there's really, the cost difference really between a Falcon 9 and a Falcon Heavy is minor.
Well, the next question from Marcia Dunn at Associated Press.
Marcia Dunn, AP. What was going through your mind? How amazed were you to see your Roadster up there with Starman just cruising along with the Blue Planet? And how long will we be getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly. We'd have way better CGI if it was fake. And you know, the colors all look kind of weird in space. There's no atmospheric occlusion. You know, like everything looks too crisp. But we didn't really test any of those materials for, you know, is it space hardened or whatever, you know. So it just has the same seats that like a normal car has. It's just literally a normal car in space, which I kind of like the absurdity of that. And if you look closely, on the dashboard, there's a tiny Roadster with a tiny spaceman. So, because Hot Wheels made a Hot Wheels Roadster, and a friend of mine suggested, hey, why don't you put that Hot Wheels Roadster with a tiny spaceman on the, you know, in the car too? I'm like, that'd be cool. Sure. So we did that. I mean, it's kind of silly and fun, but I think that's, you know, silly, fun things are important. And normally for a new rocket, you know, they'd launch like a block of concrete or something like that. I mean, that's so boring. And I think that's just the imagery of it is something that's going to get people excited around the world. And it's still tripping me out. I mean, I'm tripping balls here.
A successful launch, but as we heard from Musk there a short time ago, not necessarily a fully successful mission, in that center core booster did not land on its drone ship as had been intended. In fact, Elon Musk said that center booster hit the water at 300 miles per hour. The plan was for it to land back on that autonomous drone ship. It didn't do that. Nevertheless, Elon Musk there saying that it taught me crazy things can come true, meaning that the launch itself and everything going according to plan of the Falcon Heavy, essentially 3 rockets bolted together, was something that he said, quote, I didn't think this could work.
So while it was entering, Elon did say it ran out of propellant. Basically, it created a giant missile coming back. Good thing it was a drone ship, though, because at least nobody would have gotten hurt.
Meanwhile, the second stage is continuing its trajectory towards Mars. It's all looking good there. John Ike, come give us a recap of the full mission.
He stands.
Well, if you could hear all that cheering, it was an outstanding test flight of the Falcon Heavy. Cameras cycling right now. Live views coming down from low Earth orbit. The second stage successfully got there, and it got there as the culmination of a great Falcon Heavy test flight. We lit 27 engines, throttled the boosters up and down. We separated the side boosters. They came back spectacular, simultaneous landing. The center core did its job. The second stage did it. Everything that you could want in a test flight, we got here. Now we're just looking for the icing on the cake to find out what happened on the drone show. But all in all, an outstanding test flight for Falcon Heavy.
Wow, what an absolutely momentous occasion. Thank you so much to the range for contributing their expertise to today's launch, the FAA for the licenses to launch and land those boosters, as well as the rest of Falcon Heavy. And thank you to you, the viewers, for joining us for a really, really cool moment here.
And to find out what happened with the center core and what's going on with Starman as he makes its journey through space and all of our other launches, you can visit us at SpaceX.com and follow us on social media on LinkedIn and Twitter.
If you would like to join us on exciting projects like these, please visit SpaceX.com/careers. From the entire grateful team here, thank you again for joining us. We'll see you next time.
I never did good things. I never done bad things. I never did anything out of the blue. No. Wanna latch to the ice. Wanna come down right now. Ashes to ashes, funk to funkin'. We know Major Tom's a junkie, strung out on heaven's fire. Living that old-time life. Mama said to get things done, you better not miss with Major Tom. Mama said to get things done, you better not mess with Major Tom. Mama said to get things done, you better not mess with Major Tom. Mama said to get things done, you better not mess with Major Tom.
At 9 a.m., the Space Shuttle Columbia disintegrates. The flagship of the fleet, a screaming fireball over the desert.
GC flight. Fly GC. Lock the doors. Copy.
Mission control is now like a crime scene that must not be contaminated. Everything in the room is vital evidence.
I just wanted to make sure that number one, folks understood that, again, stay focused on the task here. Let's stay within ourselves and stay within the system and keep doing what we know and understand how to do until we know more. And that's when I asked him to lock the doors.
7 men and women have died on Leroy Kane's watch.
Marty, can you confirm that the DDS DDMS folks in the Dallas area have been mobilized to the extent we're able to.
Yeah, Rescue Coordination Center is mobilizing to that area.
These were people that I knew, that I cared about. They were part of my, certainly part of my work family, and these are people that my kids and my wife knew and had relationships with. It was part of our family, and it was difficult to think about the fact that we may have just lost it.
Dallas TV News shows home video of the disaster before NASA's computers positively confirm it. Now it's up to investigators to determine what went wrong and who is to blame. 7 astronauts on the Space Shuttle Columbia are dead.
Their mission was almost complete, and we lost them so close to home. The men and women of the Columbia had journeyed more than 6 million miles and were minutes away from arrival and reunion.
The catastrophe that has resulted in a deadly fireball over Texas is one of NASA's worst failures. Hours after the disaster, NASA calls upon a retired Navy admiral with no axe to grind to conduct an inquiry.
We are going to work with the NASA officials that are already...
Hal Gaiman starts to pick through the evidence. The investigation centers around the issue of the foam hit. Could mere foam have caused such a devastating breach? After 5 months of debate and speculation, they rig up a test.
3, 2, 1, 0.
We fired a 1.7-pound piece of foam at about 500 miles an hour at the lower part of panel number 8 that had been taken off one of the other orbiters. So it had a flight history just exactly, or as close as we could, to that of Columbia. We fired that piece of foam, and it blew a hole 16 inches in diameter. There was a audible gasp from the crowd. The astronauts who were with me, one of them said, "So this is what really happened."
It was clear that the speed of the hit had transformed the lightweight foam into a deadly missile.
At 82 seconds after launch, the shuttle is moving very fast, more than 2.5 times the speed of sound. When the foam fell off, it began to slow down because it is very light. The difference in the speed of the foam and the speed of the shuttle at that point was about 500 miles an hour. So in a sense, the shuttle ran into the foam.
There was now no doubt what caused the tragedy.
Instead of a period behind our findings, we had an exclamation mark.
When Gaiman's report came out, heads rolled at NASA. In particular, he criticized the organization in its poor communication and casual risk assessment.
Process that we follow at all of our press conferences. I have a short. I mean, the shuttle program management was unsafe. They couldn't manage anything safely. I mean, they couldn't manage a bus line safely, much less a shuttle, because of the way they were organized.
3 top managers were removed from the shuttle program.
There are some people who did the wrong things. They conducted serious discussions in the hallway. They didn't request detailed information. They made decisions based on flawed thinking. It didn't hurt me yesterday, it won't hurt me today. And those individuals now are no longer part of the program.
The ground team broke its covenant with the astronauts. That covenant is that when we put you up in space and while you're up in space, we will do everything we possibly can to ensure your safe return. And that they did not do everything that they could to ensure the safe return of the Columbia.
But could anything have been done to save the lives of the 7 astronauts aboard Columbia? There was no onboard toolkit, so a repair would have been impossible. Scientist G. Scott Hubbard thinks a rescue could have been attempted.
This country has done incredible things to rescue people over the years. It would undoubtedly have been a decision at the highest levels to pursue this, because what if the next orbiter had the same foam problem, and on launch another hole was created? You would have to weigh a huge set of contingencies and problems and issues against each other. But the answer we came up with was, it is in principle possible for a rescue mission.
Since the Columbia disaster, astronauts do mandatory spacewalks to inspect the shuttle's hull for damage, as well as a video inspection. If they find damage, there is now a toolbox aboard to fix basic problems. For the 7 aboard the Columbia on the 1st of February 2003, these reforms came too late.
The whole time I was growing up, as long as I can remember, anytime anyone asked me what I wanted to be, it was, I want to be an astronaut.
And when you talk to these people who are pretty old today, and you tell them that you're going to be in space, they look at you as a dream that they could never have dreamed of.
There's always the potential for something going wrong. You know, we try not to think about those things.
Leroy Kane remains a top NASA flight operative. He believes that if he or the crew had known about the hole in the wing, it would have been worse. The end for the 7 astronauts was at least mercifully quick.
The difference would have been that we on the ground and the crew on board would have known. And that, of course, would have been maybe even unbearable for some of us.
Reading through a little-known report by an engineer who studied the accident on Morton Thiokol's behalf, Child stumbles on an intriguing possibility. He takes another look at the film of Challenger's ascent. Just as the report states, the trail of exhaust has a very unusual shape. The column of smoke displays a dramatic zigzag, then returns to vertical just moments before the astronauts were killed. Is this smoke trail evidence that the shuttle was hit by a strong side wind during its ascent? Initially, it's hard to make the theory stand up. In the hours leading up to liftoff, NASA's meteorologists sent up several weather balloons to check for strong crosswinds. Their data indicates there was nothing unusual. But Childs isn't convinced the weather balloons got it right. Closer examination reveals the balloons had drifted over 64 kilometers downwind during their ascent. It's unlikely they would have experienced the same weather conditions as Challenger. Further intriguing evidence comes from the telemetry that monitors the ship's direction. At 58 seconds into flight, Challenger's main engine nozzles suddenly alter their thrust angle by 2 degrees. The large adjustment is an automated reaction to keep the craft on track and suggests that some external force could have been pushing Challenger off course. What's more, the shuttle's lateral accelerometer, a device that measures sideways movement, throws up a surprising reading at exactly the same moment. There's a sinister gap in the data. This could mean one of 2 things. Either there was a glitch in the telemetry, or the lateral acceleration was so violent that the reading went right off the scale. If the second of these 2 options is the truth, it could be the key as to why Challenger blew apart, taking with it the lives of 7 astronauts. Jim Childs believes he's close to finding out the truth behind what may have caused the Challenger disaster. The telemetry indicates that the shuttle was knocked violently sideways at 58 seconds into the flight. He returns to the image of Challenger's smoke trail. And sure enough, at 10 kilometers, the smoke trail has an extreme dogleg to it. The zigzag could be evidence of a fast-moving narrow layer of air, a jet stream, tracking rapidly east. Finally comes the last piece of the puzzle. The report states that just 30 minutes before liftoff, a commercial jet flew above the launch site. As it did so, the Boeing 757 was hit by a headwind of over 300 kilometers per hour. It's a shocking revelation. It looks like Challenger must have passed through the same layer of air as it climbed towards space. As it entered the jet stream, it would have been hit broadside with a force equivalent to Hurricane Katrina.
It seems like some evil twist of fate. The slag is blown free, and now hot rocket exhaust, more than 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, is free to blast through and to start eating away that steel case.
Now, by rewinding the events of that ill-fated flight, and by following the evidence uncovered during the extensive investigation, we can finally reveal exactly what caused the Shuttle Challenger disaster 73 seconds after liftoff.
4, 3...
73 seconds to disaster.
1.
The solid rocket boosters ignite. Inside the right booster, the O-rings have been hardened by the freezing temperatures and are unable to keep the lowermost field joint sealed. They start to burn away.
And liftoff. Liftoff.
As superhot gases escape, small pieces of aluminium slag from the rocket fuel build up and block the hole, preventing a catastrophe on the launch pad. 15 seconds to disaster, as Challenger enters a fast-moving yet very narrow jet stream. It is shaken violently. The aluminium slag is dislodged. Almost immediately, a flame appears on the right solid rocket booster. Eight seconds to disaster. With blowtorch intensity, the flame penetrates the external tank, and liquid hydrogen starts to spill out. 1 second to disaster. The attachment between the booster and the tank breaks free, and the entire bottom section of the tank gives way. The Inferno thrusts the hydrogen compartment upwards into the oxygen-filled container, just as the nose of the booster crashes into the top of the external tank. Nearly 2 million liters of fuel combust instantaneously. The shuttle breaks apart. For Childs, it's a sobering end to his investigation. It could have all been so different. He is certain that had the wind not been so strong, the slag could have remained in place. The booster pressure would have remained normal, and 2 minutes into flight, the rocket boosters would have disengaged and separated from the shuttle. Challenger and its crew would have then been safely on their way to space.
Confirm good solid rocket booster separation.
If the aluminium slag had only hung on for another 62 seconds, the astronauts might be alive today.
My husband was very angry, very angry. In fact, he was so angry they were worried about him that he might have a heart attack. And he never really lost that anger. He blamed NASA. He felt it never should have happened, and he had lost his daughter, his pride and joy. I never thought I was angry because I was just sad. I just felt the loss, but it had happened and there wasn't any way of bringing her back or any of them back.
In their final report, the Presidential Commission put the Shuttle Challenger disaster down to cold weather, bad decisions, and an unrealistic flight schedule.
My world just came crashing down to hear about the causes. It was one of the most difficult days for all of us. We were angry, we were sad, we were sorry, a tremendous loss for us.
They held the managers of both NASA and Morton Thiokol responsible for the decision to fly.
NASA had promised prompt, routine access to space that would be affordable, and it really couldn't meet any of those conditions. And so the pressure built, the mistakes were made, the signals were missed, and so rather than an O-ring, it was the system that brought Challenger down.
In the months following the disaster, Morton Thiokol paid the astronauts' families around $4.6 million, but were awarded a $1.8 billion contract to develop a new range of rocket boosters. NASA's Lawrence Malloy was offered a promotion to Deputy Director of All Propulsion Systems. Roger Beaujolais resigned from Morton Thiokol and suffered a nervous breakdown.
First 2 years after the disaster, we were living hell. I did nothing wrong, and everybody has the responsibility to do what they get paid for, and that is to stand up for what they know is right and what their profession demands of them, and that's all I did, and I'd do it again.
The shuttle program was grounded for 3 years, while the spacecraft was redesigned and a broad range of safety systems put into place. But even so, in 2003, Columbia burned apart on its return journey from space. 7 more astronauts lost their lives. The investigation into the accident concluded that NASA had failed to learn many of the lessons of Challenger. To this day, the agency's hopes for routine space travel have never been realized, and no other private citizen has ever flown aboard a shuttle.
We live in an age where people have made the claim, especially secularists have made the claim, that you can't trust the Bible because science has somehow disproved it. And one of the areas where that is very prominent is in the area of astronomy. And I got to tell you, you'll even find this in the textbooks that students use at most public schools that are government funded. People like to think public schools are neutral, but for the most part, there's an anti-God agenda there. And I don't mean to offend anyone. Those of you that are maybe teachers in public schools and are Christians, praise God, you're a missionary in a system that I consider to be very pagan, is what it comes down to. But in any case, when you go to these schools and you pick up a science textbook, let's say an astronomy textbook, you're going to get a combination of things. You're going to get some good science in there, no doubt about that. You're going to learn about planets and their composition and so on. And you're also going to get a story, a secular story about how these things came about, how the worlds were created and so on. And it's a very anti-God story. A big bang exploded billions of years ago, and then accidentally planets sort of coalesced from the debris and so on and so forth. And then on one of these planets, chemicals just happened to come together and made the first life forms. It's all just an accident. Well, that's not the science, right? That's not evidence. That's a story. And the secularist strategy is very clever by mixing science, which we should respect, because science, when it's done properly, it points to God. It reflects His character. But they've taken science, which is good, and they've merged it with their belief in evolution and secularism, their belief system, to try and get you to believe in their belief system. That's pretty clever, isn't it? And a lot of people have bought the lie, hook, line, and sinker. They've been baited in on the science, which is good, and they've swallowed the story, which is not really good science at all. And that's the topic I want to address tonight, particularly in the realm of astronomy, which is my specialty field. Because you see, astronomy really reveals creation. And we're going to see how the secrets of the cosmos confirm what the Bible teaches. That's my goal this evening. And we're going to look at 5 secrets of the cosmos that confirm biblical creation. We're going to see that the universe reveals God's glory as the Bible teaches, so the Bible certainly got that right. We're going to see that the Bible is right when it speaks to the basics of astronomy. Did you know the Bible does have some astronomy in it? That's not its primary purpose, but when it touches on astronomy, God gets it exactly right, as of course he would have to since he's God. And so when he touches on the basics of astronomy, things you would learn in any freshman level astronomy class, God got it exactly right. We're going to see that the Bible is right when it touches on the age of the universe. And of course, the secularists have a very different age for the universe than what the Bible teaches, but we're going to see the science lines up with what the Bible teaches. It really does. We're going to see the Bible is right about the uniqueness of the earth. Earth is not just another planet out there. I mean, it is a planet, but it's not the sort of run-of-the-mill planet that secularists would like to believe. Earth is very special in God's eyes. And then finally, the Bible is right about starlight, and we're going to talk about how God got the light from those galaxies to Earth in the biblical timescale. So we're going to start with the glory of God being revealed in the universe. That's one of the purposes that God had in mind when he created this vast universe. It was designed to declare his glory, and the implication is to us. So when we look out in the night sky, we see God's glory revealed. That's something we'd expect based on Psalm 19:1. The heavens declare the glory of God. The skies proclaim the work of his hands. And I think there are many different ways in which the universe declares God's glory, but I'm just going to focus on 2 this evening. We're going to see how the size of the universe declares God's glory, and the beauty of the universe declares God's glory. The size of the universe is immense and incomprehensible, but I'll at least give you some sort of feel for it so you have just at least a smidgen of the experience. And then the beauty, well, you don't have to be a PhD in astrophysics to appreciate the beauty of the universe. It really is stunning. In fact, you can go outside on a clear night if you get away from the light pollution, and it's really stunning to see what the Lord has created. And as we have, with technology, explored these issues even further, with things like the Hubble Space Telescope, we've revealed a level of design that our ancestors probably couldn't have imagined. So it's really hard to get a feel for the size of the universe, but let's start with the moon. Now, the moon was one of the smallest things we're going to look at. The moon's about the size of the United States. If you were to put the United States up at the same distance as the moon, it would cover about the same area, roughly. And the moon has its own beauty to it. It's kind of a desolate beauty, but it is beautiful. It's fun to look at in a telescope. This is actually a mosaic image of the moon taken with a high-resolution spacecraft that's orbiting the moon. And of course, when we look at the moon with telescope, it's fun to see people's reaction as they look at it. It's wow, it's magnificent. And sometimes people will say, well, can you see the flag, that the astronauts planted? And no. When you consider that's the size of the United States, you're not going to see something that small on its surface. But thanks to spacecraft that are orbiting the moon and taking high-resolution pictures, we can actually see the places where the astronauts landed. And I want to show you one of these. This is absolutely amazing that we can do this. But in Mare Tranquillitatis, which is where the first Apollo landing was, as we zoom in and get increasing resolution, you can actually see the little bit of the lunar lander there that was left. Remember when they launched, they left the lower portion of the lander, like that spider-like looking structure, right, with the legs and so on. To save fuel, they just left the top portion. And so you can see the bottom portion, it's still there. And those little dark streaks that go off to the right and then come back, those are the footprints of the astronauts as they walked along the surface there over to that crater. So 40-year-old footprints, and they're not going to go anywhere because there's no weather on the moon, so they'll be there for quite some time. And there's no maid service, so nobody's going to come and sweep up the footprints either. So that's the way it's going to remain. So isn't that amazing? We can actually see that. And of course, we can see that at the other Apollo landing sites as well. And so for those of you that think that we never landed on the moon because you read something on the internet, well, don't worry about it. Well, the scale of the cosmos is as amazing as its beauty. So again, we'll start with the moon, and it looks fantastic when it's in that first quarter phase, when it's illuminated right down the middle. You can really see the craters there very well in a small telescope. That's my favorite phase to look at the moon. It looks so three-dimensional. Your brain is able to figure out from the shadows of the craters that you're looking at a sphere. It's really neat. When the moon's full, you can't tell. It looks flat as a dime. But when it's in that first quarter phase, you can tell it's spherical. Here's the moon compared to the Earth at their true scale. And so it just kind of gives you a feel for the things that we're going to see in the universe. Now, the Earth, it may seem pretty big, but it's small compared to, for example, Saturn. Saturn is about 9 Earths across. That's just the planet. The rings extend even further out. The rings are trillions of tiny little moons that orbit Saturn's equator. And wow. And of course, astronomy is really a lesson in perspective, because when you see Saturn in a telescope, it looks tiny. I mean, you can see the rings, it's beautiful, but it looks like this tiny little gem that you just want to grab it and stick it in your pocket and take it home with you. But you can't, because it's 9 times the size of the Earth. Saturn's small potatoes compared to the sun. The sun is about 100 Earths across. And so at this scale, you can just barely see the Earth at this point. The sun is basically a stable hydrogen bomb. It's powered by nuclear fusion of hydrogen in the core, and that's a very efficient power source. God really knew what he was doing when he made the sun. And of course, he placed the Earth at the right distance to receive the proper amounts of heat and light. And Isaac Newton argued that doesn't happen by chance. That's the result of the mind of God. The sun is actually a star. And maybe you know that, because you would say, well, that's common knowledge these days. But to the ancients, that was kind of amazing to think that those little pinpricks of light that you see out in the night sky are the same type of thing as the sun. It's just the sun is much closer than these other stars. The sun is what we call a main sequence star. And basically that main sequence star is a star that obeys a rule that if you know the mass of the star, you know everything else about it. You know its size, you know its color, you know its temperature, its luminosity, everything is determined just by the mass. And the sun obeys that rule, and most stars do, but there's a fraction that don't, and those are the giants and supergiants. But if you get red main sequence stars, they're a little smaller than the sun. Color means temperature, by the way. So the sun's kind of a medium temperature star, about 6,000 degrees at the surface. And then red dwarfs might drop down to 4,000, a chilly 4,000 degrees at the surface. And then the blue stars can get up to 20,000 degrees at the surface in Celsius or Kelvin. Now, some stars are quite bigger than the sun. Mintaka, for example, which is a blue supergiant, it's one of the stars of Orion's belt that you can see in the winter sky. And you can tell it's blue. You can see its blueness to the naked eye, and that tells you it's very bright. The brightest, hottest stars are blue stars. But there are stars that are even bigger than Mintaka. So again, the sun's 100 Earths across, and it's now basically invisible. We go even bigger stars like Canopus, which is visible in the low south in February. There's stars even bigger than Canopus, like, for example, Antares, which is over 600 suns across. And of course, the sun is 100 Earths across, so you multiply that out, and it's really, really big. Yeah. And of course, there are stars, that's about the maximum. Stars maybe up to twice that big, and then there's a limit on how big you can make a star for physics reasons I won't go into. Some stars are kind of single, like the sun. Some come in binary pairs, and others come in these amazing clusters, like, for example, this M80, which is a globular star cluster. There are 2 types of clusters: open clusters, which have a few thousand stars, and then these globular clusters, which have perhaps 100,000 stars each. And there are several hundred of these globular clusters that belong to our galaxy and orbit sort of around its nucleus. And that's just one of them. Isn't that amazing? And we can't even count the number of stars that we can estimate it at about 100,000. And it reminds me of that verse that says that God calls them all by their names. God has a name for each and every star, not just in that cluster, but in all clusters. Astonishing. Some of my favorite objects in the universe are not stars at all, but nebulae. A nebula is cloud, it's Latin for cloud, but it's not a cloud like in Earth's sky, which would be made of water vapor. These clouds are made of hydrogen and helium gas, which is the same stuff that stars are made of. But whereas stars are hydrogen and helium compact into a relatively small sphere, a nebula is hydrogen gas spread out over a vast region of space. And if there are stars nearby, they'll cause that gas to glow, and you get some very vivid and beautiful colors in these nebulae. It's quite stunning. They're a lot of fun to look at. And of course, my point here is that our solar system really would not show up on this image. We're at such a large scale now. And that's one of the larger nebulae. Now, not all nebulae are large. Some are small, and these small ones are called planetary nebulae. And that's an example of a planetary nebula. In that case, with a planetary nebula, you have a star in the middle, and it's ejecting gas out the poles, out the north and south pole, and so you have a bipolar structure there. They call that a bipolar planetary nebula. And some planetary nebulae are round, but they all have a star in the middle, either one that's still active or one that's collapsed in on itself and become a white dwarf. And here's one of my favorites. This is the Ring Nebula. One of my favorites because it's the first that I got to see with my own eyes. And that was very exciting for me when I was quite young and was pointing my telescope out. And of course, it takes a little bit of practice to learn how to do that. But then you can find this little guy not too far away from the star Vega, a wonderful object in our summer night sky. So weird, because most places you point a telescope, you just see stars and stars and stars, and they're beautiful, but they're just stars. There's this one little magic spot where you will see a glowing smoke ring. And it is so strange to see this smoke ring just hanging there. You're expecting it to expand like you've seen smoke rings do on Earth. And of course it is expanding. It's just so big that we don't notice it in a human lifetime. But yeah, there's one little spot where you will find this little cosmic Cheerio suspended on nothing. Really rather remarkable. Now, all these things that we've looked at, all of these stars and nebulae and star clusters and so on, are in a much larger object called a galaxy. So we're in one of these galaxies, and for a long time, astronomers thought that our galaxy was the entire universe. But we now know that our galaxy is one of many. This is an example of a galaxy that's not too far away from ours. This is called the Whirlpool Galaxy, and you can see this in a small telescope, and it's quite spectacular. And if you get to really dark skies with a decent telescope, you can see those spiral arms there. If you have just a mediocre telescope, you'll see just the two bright cores, that one right there and that one right there. It looks like two galaxies that are in the process of collision. So really rather remarkable. But yeah, now we know that our galaxy is one of maybe 100 billion in the visible universe. And each one of these galaxies has perhaps 100 billion stars in it. So many that you can't see any of the individual stars. You have to zoom in on it to see those. There are all kinds of galaxies in the universe. There are galaxies of tremendous beauty. There are galaxies of tremendous ugliness. Yeah. There are galaxies that have large, mysterious arrows next to them. You'll see that in all the textbooks, always pointing to something interesting too. There are galaxies that have rings of stars surrounding them. Isn't that interesting? There are galaxies that look like flying saucers. That is a real galaxy. That's the Sombrero Galaxy. You can see why they call it that. And it's part of the Virgo supercluster, which is a cluster of galaxies, about 2,000 galaxies, relatively close to ours. And you can see that in a small telescope if you know right where to look. And I got a book on this that I'll tell you about later that I'll show you if you want to learn how to find these things. It's a lot of fun. And you can see that dark dust lane there that blocks the light from the stars behind it. There are galaxies that are in the process of collision. Of course, the stars would all just pass by each other. It's not a problem because the distance between stars is enormous compared to the size of stars. So to suppose that any two stars would collide, it'd be like me throwing a sand grain at you and you throwing a sand grain at me and expecting them to collide. It's possible, but it's not very likely at all. We now know that galaxies come in clusters. Here is a particular cluster of galaxies. Those are not stars that you're seeing. They're not individual stars. But each one of these little fuzzy spots is a collection of about 100 billion stars. Some less, some more. Amazing. As we go out even deeper into space, we see galaxy upon galaxy. That's not a star field. That's a galaxy field. Each one of those little specks, no matter how tiny they are, is a galaxy at distances that you can't imagine the distances that these things exist at. Truly remarkable. All made, all spoken into existence by God. He spoke, they leapt into existence. That's awesome. That's power. Think about the power that just our own sun puts out. Our sun puts out more energy in 1 second than 1 billion major cities could use in a year. That's one star. And there's 100 billion stars in our galaxy. And there's at least 100 billion galaxies. That's awesome. And I love the way the Bible describes the creation of all these hundreds of billions of galaxies with hundreds of billions of stars. Each, it's summed up in this little phrase, He made the stars also. Yeah. It was just so easy for God to speak those into existence. And of course it was from His perspective because He's God and His power is unlimited. Really remarkable. Certainly the universe declares God's glory. It's not what we'd expect if it was just a chance random explosion. It's got beauty in it. It's got design in it. It's got God's glory built into it. What about the basics of astronomy? Stuff that you would learn in any freshman level astronomy class. Well, the Bible got that right too. Now, the interesting thing is some of these things that they will teach in a freshman level astronomy class are things that in the past, secular experts would have said, no, the Bible's wrong. And yet today we would have to agree the Bible got it right. Let me show you some examples of these. The spherical nature of the earth. Some people have said, oh, you believe in creation, that's like believing in a flat earth. Well, they haven't read their Bible because the Bible talks about the world being round, spherical, circular. The circle of the earth is mentioned in Isaiah 40:22. And you might think, well, that could be just a circular disc. It wouldn't have to be round. But I think the passage in Job, there's no way to interpret it any other way than that the world really is spherical. Because the passage there says that God inscribes a circle on the face of the waters at the boundary between light and darkness. And that boundary is what astronomers call the terminator. That's where light stops or terminates. And it's always a circle. And the only way that can be is if you're on a spherical world, especially with the water. It's always on the waters there because the Earth's surface is mostly water. Now, the interesting thing I've found is that most astronomy textbooks will credit Pythagoras with being the first person to come up with the idea that the Earth might be round. Aristotle is considered the first to prove that the world is round from shadows of eclipses and the fact that you can see the top part of the boat before you can see the bottom part of the boat when they're coming into shore and so on. But that's Pythagoras is 500 BC, Aristotle's 300 BC. As far as I can tell, the Bible is discussing the spherical nature of the Earth long before the secular experts of the day figured it out. Isn't that interesting? It's almost as if the Hebrews had some kind of divine insight into this issue. And of course, that doesn't surprise us, those of us who are Christians and take the Bible at its face value. By the way, the idea that Christopher Columbus was the first to prove that the world is round is a myth. Educated people already knew the world was round at the time of Columbus. He just thought it'd be faster to go that way, which it turns out it's not. So anyway, I'm glad he did, though. I'm glad he made the trip. Anyway, Earth is suspended in space is something that the Bible teaches, that God hangs the earth upon nothing, a beautiful poetic description of the nature of gravity. What better way to say it than God hangs the earth on nothing? And of course, that we know that today. We've got pictures of the earth from space. We understand that. But it might have been hard to believe when it was written in 2000 BC. Even as late as 800 to 900 BC, the early Greeks were teaching that the earth was a flat disk that floated in water. And doesn't that make a lot more sense? I mean, we've seen things float in water, but have you ever seen something being hanged on nothing? That can't happen. I wonder if it was tempting for any of the Jews at that time to say, well, yes, I know the Bible teaches that God hangs the earth on nothing, but the best experts say it's a flat disk and floats in water. So maybe we need to reinterpret these passages. I don't know if that happened, but if they did believe that, they've got an egg on their face today because the Bible was exactly right. God knew what he was talking about. The earth indeed is suspended in space. The expansion of the universe is something that I believe the Bible teaches. It says in a number of places, including Isaiah 40:22, that God stretches out the heavens as a curtain and spreads them out as a tent to dwell in, indicating that the universe has gotten bigger since the Lord first created it. He's stretched it out. And that, in fact, is something that we would now agree upon. It must have been hard to believe when it was written, though. And frankly, if you don't know much about astronomy, it might be hard to believe today. You go outside tonight and look at the night sky. It looks about the same size as it did last night, right? It's hard to believe it's being stretched out or expanded, but in fact it is. And what happened was in the 1920s, secular astronomers came along and confirmed that. Hubble and others were measuring redshifts of galaxies, which indicates sort of the way they're moving away from us. And they found that all galaxies sort of are moving away from all other galaxies, some exceptions that are very close. But generally, the universe is being stretched out or expanded, almost as if it were a tent being stretched out or expanded. How about that? And that's, of course, exactly what the Bible teaches. It's just the Bible got it right thousands of years earlier. It wasn't really until the 1920s that they figured it out. Up until the 1500s or so, most astronomers believed the universe was static and eternal, and therefore it couldn't be stretched out. And so this was really challenging to them. But the Bible's vindicated. The universe is apparently being stretched out like a curtain. Now, some people have said, well, does this mean that there was a Big Bang, right? Because if everything's expanding out like that, didn't the Big Bang predict that? Didn't the Big Bang predict that we should see evidence of expansion? The universe exploded into existence, and so everything ought to be moving away. Well, the answer is no. The Big Bang did not predict this. This effect of expansion was discovered in the late 1920s. The Big Bang idea, the idea that the universe came from a point that then, sort of expanded thereafter, is 1931. The guy who came up with the Big Bang already knew about the observational evidence of an expanding universe. And it wasn't until 1931 that it occurred to him that maybe we can run it all the way back to a point. But there's no reason to run it all the way back to a point, you see. But some people have said, well, does it at least count as evidence for the Big Bang, even if the Big Bang was invented after the fact to explain it? I mean, if everything's moving away from each other like that, doesn't that mean the universe exploded into existence 13.8 billion years ago? And the answer is no. Just because something's expanding doesn't mean it exploded into existence 13.8 billion years ago. Some of you are expanding a bit. That doesn't mean you exploded into existence 13.8 billion years ago. Not at all. Just means you're a little bigger now than you were some time ago. As far as I can tell, God made the universe with size, and he stretched it out a bit since creation. He doesn't tell us how much. There's no reason to think it came from a point just because it's getting bigger. That doesn't follow logically. Now, the next one I think is a little harder to, it's a little more abstract, but I do believe the Bible teaches a principle called conservation of energy and mass. That is, the amount of stuff in the universe is constant, the amount of energy or mass. Einstein tells us energy and mass are basically the same thing measured in two different ways. We'd expect this on the basis of Scripture because the Bible indicates that all things were made by him, that is by God, by Christ in particular. And on the seventh day, God ended his work of creation. And so what that means is new stuff is not going to just pop into existence, because either it would mean that God is still creating, which cannot be because he ended his work by the seventh day, or it would mean that stuff can come into existence apart from God, which cannot be because all things were made by him. So no new stuff's going to pop into existence. Furthermore, we would expect that stuff would not simply fade away and cease to exist, because God upholds all things by the word of his power, and in him or by him all things consist or hold together. So God maintains the existence of that which he created. Now he allows it to change. We can transform energy into different forms, but the amount of energy is constant. We'd expect that on the basis of Scripture. It's hard to pin down when secular scientists came to accept the idea of conservation of energy, but it's usually credited to James Joule. And from what I can tell, he was motivated by the Scriptures to believe that energy was conserved, and he found that in his experiments, indeed it is. But he's 1800s. And so again, the Bible got this right long before secular scientists came to agree with what the Bible teaches. I should add too, because some people say, well, does this mean that God can't do a miracle where he creates new stuff? Well, of course not. God can do what he wants. He's God. This is a general trend, okay? This is the general trend that we would expect to see. God can make an exception if he wants to. Uncountable stars. Abraham's descendants are described in the Bible as the stars of heaven and as the sand which is upon the seashore, a metaphor indicating a humanly uncountable number. In fact, in Hebrews it's mentioned that way. It says, which cannot be numbered for multitude, indicating by human beings. What a great analogy for an uncountable number, the stars of heaven, the sand which is upon the seashore. Of course, it might not have seemed like such a great analogy when it was first written, because the number of stars you can see with your naked eyes is a few thousand, 3,000, maybe 10,000 if you get really superb vision and you stay up all night and count all of them. But that's a big number, but it's countable. You could count to 10,000. It would be tedious, but you could do it. But then telescopes were invented in 1608, and by 1610, Galileo had made his own good one, and he started looking into the heavens, and that Milky Way that looks like a cloud in the night sky, that's actually hundreds of billions of stars, and there's no way you can count 100 billion stars. You could not do that in your lifetime. And so you see the number of stars just in our galaxy is humanly uncountable, and we now know that our galaxy is one of hundreds of billions of others. This is a great analogy. As a side note, there was I should tell you that even just a few hundred years ago, many astronomers believed that the number of stars in the universe was exactly 1,022. And you'd say, why would they believe that? Well, because the Greek astronomer Ptolemy had cataloged 1,022 stars. And although he never even claimed that his list was exhaustive, he certainly didn't intend it to be that way, there was a philosophy at the time that everything worth knowing had been discovered by the Greeks. And so if Ptolemy hadn't cataloged it, it wasn't there, despite the fact you can see more stars than that. It really is an example of how an incorrect philosophy can interfere with your understanding of the evidence, seeing something that's right before your eyes. So here's my question. Do you get the point? Have you learned the lesson of history? That's what I want to know. In the past, whenever the experts of the day have disagreed with the Bible has always turned out to be right. What about today? Have we learned that lesson of history? Have we learned that God's word is right, even if we don't understand all the evidence? God knows what he's talking about. Well, some people have learned that lesson, many haven't. And there are people today who say, but the Bible got this wrong, the age of the universe. We know that. We know the universe is billions of years old. The Bible indicates a much shorter age. But what I want to show you this evening is that the Bible got that right too. The evidence actually lines up with what the Bible says. The Bible's right about the age of the universe. Many lines of evidence confirm a universe that's thousands of years old. Does the Bible really teach a young universe? Well, it certainly does. It tells us that God created in 6 days. It's clear from context those are ordinary, approximately 24-hour days, because each one is defined in terms of an earth rotation. There was an evening and a morning, the first day, evening and morning, the second day, and so on. The universe beyond Earth was made on day 4. That would include the planets, the stars, the sun, and the moon. And that was we know that was a few thousand years ago because human beings are made on day 6, and from adding up those genealogies, we find that it was something like 6,000 years ago. Can't put an exact date on it, but it would be something like that. Certainly wouldn't be millions or billions of years. And boy, that's something that secularists really hate. They don't want you to believe in 6,000 years because once you give up the billions of years, evolution doesn't have a chance. That's the primary motivation for believing in evolution. It's not because of scientific evidence. It's because of a philosophy of naturalism. You got to produce life without God because people don't want to believe in at least the biblical God. They want to make up a God they can control. And as a result, you need evolution. And to get evolution, you need billions of years because we all know it can't happen in a short period of time because we don't see it. That's really the motivation for this. But I want to show you that there's evidence that confirms the biblical time scale of thousands of years. And there's quite a lot of it. Jupiter, for example, Jupiter emits twice as much energy as it receives from the sun. Okay, so it's getting 1 unit, giving away 2, right? Takes 1 in, spends away 2. Or whatever it gets, it gives away twice as much, kind of like a federal government, right? Spending away twice as much as it takes in. And like the federal government, it can't do that forever because eventually it runs out of energy, yes? Now, Jupiter's a big planet, and it can do that for a while because it has a lot of internal energy to begin with. It's kind of like a potato that you take out of the microwave. It's nice and warm. You've just heated it up. You can feel the heat coming off of it, right? You can feel that. But it doesn't stay that way forever, does it? It radiates that heat into space, and after a while, it's cold. Now, Jupiter can do it for a lot longer because it's a much bigger potato, and so it can do that for a few thousand years. It's not a problem. But if it were billions of years old, why does it still have all that internal energy? It is a problem in the secular view. The problem is even worse for Neptune, which gives off 2.6 to 2.7 times as much energy as it receives from the sun. And it's a smaller planet, so it can't hold as much energy to begin with. So there's no way these worlds can be anywhere near billions of years old. By the way, that's true of a lot of planets. Earth even gives off more energy than it receives. But at least with Earth, they would say, well, radioactive decay might be able to produce new heat, but with Jupiter, it's made of the light stuff, so it's not going to have radioactive elements in it, at least not in any sufficient quantities to heat it up. Magnetic fields are an indication of youth. The Earth has a magnetic field that's generated by electrical current in its core, and it interacts with solar radiation. The solar radiation is actually deflected by the Earth's magnetic field. It protects us like an invisible shield. It's a design feature. But that magnetic field, which is generated by electrical current, electrical current encounters resistance and it runs down. And so Earth's magnetic field has been decaying since creation. And we've actually been able to measure that for the last almost 2 centuries. And by the way, we think that during the flood year, the Earth's magnetic field rapidly reversed due to the rapid movements of plate tectonics. That's a complication I don't want to go into. But the point is, the magnetic field, other than that, the magnetic field has simply been decaying. And it would have been maybe 20 times stronger at creation, which would have been nice. We'd have increased protection from cosmic rays, which would give us increased protection from things like cancer and so on. But in any case, it's decaying. And you run it backwards. It's an exponential decay as far as we can tell. And you run it backwards, and you find that the Earth's magnetic field can't be more than about 60,000 years old maximum. If it's that large, it would be stronger than a neutron star. And you don't want that. That would rip the atoms of your body apart. So it can't even be 1 million years old, let alone billions. Earth's magnetic field is very consistent with the biblical time scale. In fact, that's true of not just Earth, but a lot of the planets. Jupiter has a whopping big magnetic field. It would be larger than the sun if you could see it. And why does it have that strong magnetic field if it's billions of years old? Magnetic fields run down with time. They decay. Batteries run out. Why does Jupiter still have all this electricity in its battery? Well, I want to suggest to you it's because it's thousands of years old and not anywhere near millions or billions. Likewise, the planets Uranus and Neptune, which are almost twins, they're very similar planets. The planet Uranus actually rotates on its side like that, so it rolls around the sun, and it's got a magnetic field, a magnetic axis that's not aligned with the rotation axis. It's kind of shot through the side there, doesn't even go quite through the middle. Really interesting. So the planet Uranus is just really messed up on a number of levels, and I think God did it that way just to confuse the secularists, because there is no secular explanation for why it's this way. They want to try to, well, maybe something collided with it, but that really doesn't account for the magnetic field axis. Anyway, a friend of mine, Dr. Russ Humphreys, who is a PhD physicist, and he's a biblical creationist like myself, he was actually able to predict the magnetic field of the planet Uranus based on its biblical age of 6,000 years. And when Voyager 2 flew past Uranus, Dr. Humphreys was right on. You see how real science starts from the Bible if you want to get the right answer? The secularists' predictions were way off because they figured Uranus is billions of years old. The magnetic field should have run down by now. It should be essentially zero. But it's not. Dr. Humphreys was right. The same is true of Neptune. In fact, Dr. Humphreys' model actually accounts for the magnetic field of all of the planets. It's just interesting because he was able to, we already knew the magnetic field of the planets up to Saturn, and he was able to predict it for the two remaining planets, Uranus and Neptune, and he was right on. Right on. The secularists were way off. They have to try and get the magnetic field to recharge itself. If you've ever heard of a dynamo model, that the idea there is it's kind of like the alternator in your car. It takes mechanical energy and turns it into, kind of recharges the battery. But the alternator in your car is kind of a sophisticated mechanism. And as far as we can tell, planets don't have things like that. As far as we can tell, the magnetic field is simply decaying, and it's consistent with what we find on all of the planets today. The moon is actually moving away from the Earth due to tidal forces. You might know the moon causes tides. It pulls on Earth's oceans, and Earth rotates faster than the moon orbits, and so the tidal bulges always get a little bit ahead of the moon, and they pull forward on it. And when you pull forward on something in orbit, it moves out. It's a little counterintuitive, I know, but that's the way it works. If the astronauts want to go into a higher orbit, they thrust forward, and that puts them into a higher orbit. It's gaining energy. You see, the moon's stealing a little bit of Earth's rotational energy, moving it away. It's about 1.5 inches a year. So you don't have to worry about the moon leaving anytime soon, okay? It's a small amount, because it's 240,000 miles away. So what's 1.5 inches a year among friends, right? But if you run the equation backwards, and you have to do it properly, because when the moon gets closer, the tidal bulges get bigger and it goes faster, so you have to compensate for that. You find that 6,000 years ago, the moon would have been about 730 feet closer to the Earth. Not a big deal at all. But if you run it back 1.4 billion years, the Earth and the moon would have been in the same place at the same time. And that can't happen, you see. And you say, well, that sounds like a lot. 1.4 billion years. But here's the point. Secularists believe the Earth-Moon system to be 4.5 billion years old, right? And last I checked, 4.5 billion is bigger than 1.4 billion, right? Even the Common Core folks understand that one, right? Yeah. Okay. So you see, that's a problem. That's a problem for the secular view. Comets. Comets are made up of icy material that orbits around the sun. They're kind of they're just a few miles of ice. But then as they get close to see, they kind of go far out and then they get whiplashed around like that. They come close to the sun and get whiplashed back out. Now, when they come close to the sun, that icy material is vaporized and blasted away into space, and that's what forms a comet's tail. That's material that's actually being depleted by solar wind and radiation. So every time you see a comet, it's getting smaller. And we know how much material's there, and we can see the rate at which it's depleted, and so we can calculate that a typical comet can't last more than about 100,000 years maximum before it totally runs out of material. Now, if the solar system is 4.5 billion years old, then why do we still have comets? That's what I want to know. That's a problem, isn't it? I know comets don't last long. I used the SOHO spacecraft in my doctoral research, and it's designed to look right at the sun. And sometimes comets will pass behind the sun, and then you don't see them anymore. They're totally obliterated in one pass. I've seen that happen. I've seen comets that no longer exist because they were destroyed by the sun. They don't last millions of years. Now, if the solar system's a few thousand years old, of course we can still have comets, but if it's billions of years old, they would be gone. And my secular colleagues have said, well, obviously there must be a comet generator that makes new ones, right? Which they call, that's what they believe. They call that the Oort cloud. And the idea is it's beyond, there's this big cloud of orbiting potential comets out beyond the farthest planets, too far away to be detected. And every now and then, one of these potential comets is kicked into the inner solar system and becomes a brand new comet. So as old comets disintegrate, new ones replace them. Isn't that convenient? But as far as I can tell, there's no evidence of an Oort cloud. You'll find it in the textbooks. That's the only place you'll find it. You won't find it in the actual universe. Spiral galaxies are an indication of the youth of our universe. Spiral galaxies rotate differentially, which means the inner portions rotate faster than the outer portions in terms of their angular velocity. And so a star here will make a lap in less time than a star out here. And if you think about what that does, it's going to cause that spiral structure to twist tighter and tighter and tighter. I actually ran some computer simulations to find how long does it take for that spiral to get twisted beyond recognition. And the answer is it doesn't take more than about 100 million years, and it's gone. But you see, these galaxies in the secular view are supposed to be 10 billion years old. You see, they can't be anywhere close to that because the spiral structure would be gone. It would be twisted beyond recognition. You might notice that these spiral arms have kind of a bluish tinge to them. That's because they have a higher proportion of blue stars than the inner portions of the galaxy, the nuclear bulge. And blue stars are themselves an indication of recent creation, because blue stars are the hottest, most luminous stars in the galaxy, and they expend their fuel quickly, and therefore they cannot last billions of years. They would have exhausted their fuel a long time ago. Now, as it happens, they tend to be the most massive stars, so they have the most fuel available, but they use it up at an incredible rate. They're kind of like the SUV of the star world. They got a big gas tank, but they get very poor gas mileage, and so they can't really go very far in time. And by the way, my secular colleagues, they won't even dispute this. When they know that blue stars are young, they know that. But again, they say, well, obviously there must be some process that makes new ones. But it's really tricky to make a star. As far as I can tell, it's something that only God can do. Now, I won't be dogmatic on that. A star is not complicated in terms of its structure like an organism, right, where it requires design. A star is a ball of gas. That being said, gas doesn't want to just collapse in on itself into a little ball. Gas tends to spread out into the volume of its container. And when you walked into this room, you didn't hold your breath just in case all the air should come over here and form a little ball. You assumed it would spread out. That's what gas normally does. Normally, now, by the way, once you get the gas into a ball, something the size of a star, its own gravity will hold it together. But getting it there is a huge problem, because normally in space, the outward gas pressure is much greater than the minuscule inward force of gravity. And then there are other problems too, in terms of getting the magnetic field which tends to repel and dumping angular momentum and so on. I'm not convinced that stars can form. And you've said, oh, but, Dr. Lyle, I've seen in textbooks, they say this is a star-forming region. Let me clue you in. They don't see stars forming there. What they see are blue stars. And they say, well, stars must have formed recently, right? Because we know the universe is billions of years old. And here are all these hot blue stars that can't last that long. This must be a star-forming region, because you find all these young stars there. But they don't actually see stars forming. No one's seen a star form. I think it may be impossible. And again, I won't be dogmatic on that. So you see, the evidence really is very consistent with the age of the universe that the Bible indicates. What about the uniqueness of Earth? The Bible teaches that Earth is not just another planet. It's very special in God's eyes. Now, it might be not particularly spectacular in terms of size and some of its other properties, but it is the place where God put the people that he made in his own image. And that's pretty awesome. Isaiah 45:18. He's the God who formed the earth and made it. He established it and did not create it a waste place, but formed it to be inhabited. The earth is designed for life. And to show its special significance, God actually created it 3 days before anything else. God makes the earth on day 1, if you read Genesis chapter 1. All the other objects in the universe are made on day 4. The sun, moon, the stars also. The Hebrew words for star, kokab, would include planets other than Earth. The earth really is special. The other worlds of our solar system, they have their beauty, don't get me wrong. One of the astronauts who walked on the surface of the moon called it a magnificent desolation. I think that's a great description of it. But it's not designed for life. What about the other planets? Venus a little closer to the sun, Mars a little further away. Beautiful, not designed for life. Venus, the surface temperature there, 900 degrees Fahrenheit. Not going to want to visit there on your next vacation. And it's always enshrouded in clouds, and you might think, well, that would help a little bit. Nope, because those clouds are sulfuric acid type compounds. Lots of ways to die on Venus. Not a place you want to visit. Mars is a little better, but even there, its current atmosphere wouldn't support you. You couldn't breathe on Mars because it has a very thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide, which you can't breathe. So that's not going to help you either. They're not designed for life, not like the Earth is. Kind of like Goldilocks and Three Bears, right? You got those ones, too hot, that one too cold, Earth's just right. That's what we'd expect, given what the Bible teaches. It really is a very special planet. What about distant starlight? I'm going to have to go through this kind of quickly. The Bible's right about this as well. Distant starlight's not a problem for a young universe. And let me clue you in on here a little bit if you haven't heard this. It's an argument that secularists try to use to discredit the Bible. They'll say, well, you have these light from these distant galaxies, and they're very far away. And I agree, they're very far away. And given that even though speed of light's very fast, these things are so far away, you would think it would take billions of years for the light to get from there to here. And we see these galaxies, so obviously the light has gone from there to here, right? And so the universe has got to be billions of years old, right? Well, it turns out that there's an answer to this, and I do have to point out that there are some answers that people have proposed that are not reasonable, and I don't have time to go into this in detail. I have another DVD on this if you're interested. But the distances are not real. I think they are real. There's good science for that. Or the speed of light was much faster in the past. I think that was a great thing to try, but there are good reasons to believe the speed of light has always been what it is today. Or the light was created in transit. A lot of people have said, well, God made Adam as an adult. He made the earth as an adult, right? And that's true. Maybe he made the stars and he made the beam also. And I kind of like that, but there's a problem with it. I think that works on most other things, but I don't think it'll work for starlight because light in transit requires God to create fictional images in movies, right? We saw a star, for example, explode in 1987. That star that you see there blew itself to bits, and it's in one of the Magellanic Clouds. Today, you just see what's left of it, just kind of a remnant. But that thing is way beyond 6,000 light years away, which means if you think, well, the way God got the light here is he made a beam with the light already in it, then it means that star never existed. It was just a picture that God put in a beam of light about 6,000 light years out, and then he made a picture of that explosion, like a little movie along a light beam, where none of the objects actually existed. And of course, I don't deny that God has the power to do that. I just think it's inconsistent with his nature. God's not the author of deception or anything like that. So I think in any case, I think we have a better answer than that. Some have pointed out that time dilation might solve the distant starlight problem. I think there's potential there, but I haven't seen a version of that mathematically actually works. I'm going to give you what I think the answer is. I don't claim to be dogmatic. The only thing I will be dogmatic about is that God's word is true, and he tells us he made in 6 days, and that settles that issue. But I think we have a good model as to how God may have done that. The solution may involve what we call the one-way speed of light. The speed of light is very fast. It travels 186,282 miles per second, but that is a round-trip average speed. Let me show you what I mean by that. Suppose we wanted to measure the speed of light. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand over here with a flashlight, and we're going to build a long hallway, 186,282 miles long. We'll pretend we have government funding. We can waste it that way. And we'll put a mirror. We'll put a mirror at the other end of the hallway, or maybe I've got a friend over there with a flashlight. Either way, it doesn't matter. And when my clock hits noon, I'll turn on the light pulse. It goes out, bounces off the mirror, and comes back. And as soon as I see the reflection, I'll look at the clock and see what the time is. Now, it turns out that if I did this experiment, the light has to travel 186,282 miles and then back that same distance. It would take 2 seconds for the light to do that. And so I would calculate, and I would say, well, 186,282 times 2 divided by 2, that's the speed of light. 186,000 miles per second is the speed of light. Now, most people assume that it took 1 second to go out and 1 second to come back, because I've pictured it that way. But if you think about it, I don't really know that. I'm here with my flashlight. I know when I start the experiment, and I know when I see the reflection, but I don't know when it hit the mirror. It might be the case that it zipped out, took no time at all to go out to the mirror, and then took all 2 seconds to come back. That could be the case. Or it could be the case that the light took all of its 2 seconds to go out and then zipped back. You see, I'm standing here, I'm going to see the same thing either way, aren't I? You say, well, why would it be different in different directions? I don't know, but I don't know why it would have to be the same either. Science isn't about just, well, I'd like it to be the same in all directions, so there it is. It doesn't work that way, right? You have to test things in science. So how would we test to see if the light goes out the same direction as it comes back, or the same speed it comes back? And you can see if this is the case down here at the bottom, if light, when it's moving toward an observer, takes no time at all, then there is no distant starlight problem, right? Because the light doesn't have to go out to the galaxies and then come back. It only has to go from the galaxy to the Earth. And so I'm kind of hoping this bottom case turns out to be right. But wishing for something doesn't make it so. We need to test this. So how would you test the one-way speed of light? Well, you can't use a mirror anymore because we're not going to bounce it. We've got to measure a one-way trip. So you're going to need another clock. You're going to need one clock to tell you when to start the experiment and another clock to tell you when to stop, when the light arrived, okay? And so here I am, and at noon I turn on my flashlight, and the other clock over there records the time. And you're thinking, yeah, it'll be 1 second past 12. Well, not necessarily. I did this experiment in my office. I don't have a long hallway, but I do have the distance between my watch and my phone. My phone has a clock on it, and I can convert. I'm pretty good at math. I can convert, okay? And so right at noon, I turned my flashlight on, right at noon, hit the phone, and I looked and saw when it hit the phone. I read the time, 12:05. Light takes 5 minutes to go from my watch to the phone. Do you believe that? You better not believe that, no. Now, I really did that, and that really is the result. But what went wrong? What assumption did I make? I assumed that the two clocks were synchronized. Obviously, the clock on my phone is 5 minutes fast, right? Really, it took virtually no time to get for the light to get from my watch to the phone. So you need synchronized clocks for this to work. And you say, no problem. We'll just make sure our clocks are synchronized. Turns out, it's impossible. When two clocks are separated by distance, it is impossible to synchronize them in a way that is objective, that everyone will agree upon. I'm already a little bit over time. I don't know how much I can get into this. Let me just point out, I'll just point out the two ways that people try and synchronize clocks by distance. One is by radio transmission. You'd say, well, in fact, my watch will do this. My watch receives a radio transmission from Fort Collins, Colorado, which is connected to the atomic clock in Boulder. Pretty neat. It synchronizes itself at midnight or 1 o'clock or something. But technically, my watch is a little bit behind the atomic clock in Boulder because radio takes a little bit of time. Not much, but it takes a little bit of time to go from the transmitter to my watch, right? So synchronizing the two clocks by this method, it's not going to work because that one will be just a little bit behind the other one. Now you say, but if we knew how fast the radio travels, we could subtract that off, right? We could push it ahead a little bit. Do you know how fast radio travels? Radio travels at the speed of light. You see the problem? That's the very thing I'm trying to measure. So I'd have to already know the one-way speed of light in order to use radio or anything like that to synchronize two clocks separated by a distance. I won't go into all of these, but I will. The other one that people will try to point out is they'll say, well, maybe we can synchronize both clocks together and then move them to opposite ends of the hallway. Sounds great. You'd say, well, they're still synchronized, right? Wrong. Einstein says that motion affects the passage of time. The very act of moving the clocks causes them to become slightly desynchronized. Now, it's not a huge effect, but it's there. And even a small change can make an enormous error in our measurement of the one-way speed of light. You see the problem there? Now, perhaps all is not lost. There is an equation that tells you how much time the clock loses or gains as it moves. But you know, in that equation is the one-way speed of light. God has designed the universe to where we can't measure the one-way speed of light. Apparently, it's impossible to synchronize clocks separated by distance without knowing the one-way speed of light. And it's impossible to ever measure the one-way speed of light without synchronized clocks. We are stuck in a permanent catch-22. And I think that's very interesting. And this is something that's been explored by physicists for about a century. They've been exploring this in literature. It's a very fascinating issue, the problem of distant simultaneity, they call it. And the fact that you can't objectively synchronize clocks separated by a distance. And so my conclusion is the one-way speed of light is, in fact, not a property of nature at all, but a convention, something that we get to pick, and we all stick to it, and it works. So without going into all the details, because I'm over time, you can think of it like this. I can define the speed of light, the one-way speed of light, however I like within certain constraints, as long as the round-trip speed remains c. And so I can define the speed of light to be instantaneous when it's moving toward me, as long as it's half c when it's moving away. And that works. You can do that. You can do it other ways too, but that's a perfectly legitimate solution. It's kind of like time zones on the Earth. And so the way you get starlight here, I can leave Kentucky at 4 o'clock and arrive in California at 4 o'clock. And I've very nearly done that on some flights because of the way the time zones work, the way we define time, which is kind of arbitrary a little bit. I mean, we prefer to have the noon when the sun is high and so on. There are other ways you could do it. That's a human convention. As long as you're going west, it works. You can arrive when you leave. You can do the same type of thing in space. The light can leave a star on day 4 when the star is first created and arrive on Earth at day 4 because of the way time is measured in space, at least one way of measuring time in space. And I think the Bible uses this particular convention because in Genesis 1, 14 and 15, then God said, "Let there be lights in the expanse of the heavens to separate the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years." We learn later that's the sun, the moon, the stars also. "And let them be for lights in the expanse of the heavens to give light on the earth." And it says, "And it was so." What was so? God made the lights and they gave light on the earth, apparently. As soon as God created them, they immediately fulfilled their God-ordained purpose of giving light on the earth. They didn't need any time at all. And that is perfectly consistent with what we understand about physics. It's called the conventionality thesis. You might look it up. There are secularists who would agree with me that that is a legitimate solution to distant starlight. They don't like the fact that it does solve distant starlight, but they will agree that if they know anything about physics, they'll agree that that is a good solution. So, is that the way that God? Do I know that's the way God did it? No, but it is certainly a reasonable way that He could have. And so there isn't a problem getting the light here in thousands of years. So, what have we seen? We've seen that the Bible's right when it speaks about the glory of God being revealed in creation, in the universe in particular. We've seen the Bible's right when it speaks to the basics of astronomy, things you'd learn in any freshman level astronomy class. The Bible's right when it speaks about the age of the universe. We've seen how the evidence lines up with the biblical timescale. We've seen that the Bible's right when it speaks to the uniqueness of the earth. And we've seen the Bible is right when it addresses distant starlight. And I've shown you one method that has yet to be refuted. I published this back in 2010 in a technical journal, and nobody's been able to refute it, so I think we got a good model there. But don't pin your faith on my model, pin your faith on the Word of God. That's really what it comes down to. And I want to show you now some resources here just at the end that I'd encourage you to get. If you want to learn more about what I talked about this evening, Taking Back Astronomy is the book you're going to want to get. It covers, I think, just about everything I covered this evening and some things that I didn't have a chance to go into. It's a great resource. It's an easy read, but it's got enough meat in there that I think you can share it with maybe an unbelieving friend as well and maybe challenge them. Stargazer's Guide to the Night Sky. If you'd say, I'd like to learn how to find some of these things that you talked about, Dr. Lyle, well, that book will show you how. And you say, I don't have a telescope. It doesn't matter. There's a lot you can see with the naked eye. And a lot you can see with binoculars, too. You know, you can see Saturn's rings in binoculars, just barely. You can see them. You just got to know which one's Saturn, and that's where the book will help you out there. We have DVDs as well. We've got Created Cosmos, which takes you on a tour through the universe. We've got Astronomy Reveals Creation, which is this presentation. You can get that on DVD. If you had a friend who you'd wish was here, and you can take it to them. I got one called The Secret Code of Creation. Oh, that's a neat DVD, folks. God has built an aspect of Himself into an area of creation you probably haven't even thought about. And it's not something like genetics, and it's not astronomy. It's unique. So check that out. Secret Code of Creation. That's a neat DVD. Plenty of great DVDs out there. The Ultimate Proof of Creation. You say, there's all this science stuff. I can't remember all this science stuff. Get the Ultimate Proof of Creation. That's the one that's going to give you a bulletproof argument for biblical creation. Very, very powerful resource. I wish every student would get Ultimate Proof of Creation. Now, it's going to stretch some of you younger ones, but it really is. It's going to show you how to think and debate the way that Jesus did in His earthly ministry. And I see you got it back there. That's great. Thank you. Fantastic. And Discerning Truth. This is a kind of a follow-up to Ultimate Proof. This one's going to show you how to spot logical fallacies that evolutionists make in their reasoning. And I don't mean to be mean, but evolutionists do make a lot of mistakes in reasoning when it comes to evolution. They're not thinking properly. And this is going to show you how to expose that in a gracious way. And there's even a test in the back, 2 tests in the back with answer keys, so you can see how you did. And if you want kind of the best of everything, just in terms of all these different topics of creation, like was there an ice age, and what about continental drift, and could Noah get all the animals on the ark, and where did dinosaurs fit into the biblical timescale, and so on. Creation Basics and Beyond, written by all of our staff scientists at ICR. Fantastic resource. I'd encourage you to get. We have a student version as well called Guide to Creation Basics. We have Acts and Facts magazine. That's our full-color monthly magazine that's just going to give you faith-building articles, and then you can, of course, share them with your unbelieving friends and so on. I think that'll challenge them. How many of you are already getting Acts and Facts magazine? Okay, a few. The rest of you need to repent of that sin and sign up. It is an absolutely free publication. The sign-up sheet looks like that. We just want to bless you. And then check us out on the web as well at icr.org. And thank you very much for having me out to speak. I really appreciate it.
NASA says none of the seat restraints, helmets, and spacesuits used by the doomed crew of the Space Shuttle Columbia worked well as the ship disintegrated during re-entry. All 7 astronauts were killed in the February 2003 accident. The agency is just now releasing a 400-page report that includes graphic details of the tragedy and what happened in those final moments. In it, the agency says the failure of the restraints, helmets, and suits led to lethal trauma. However, it says it's not clear if the astronauts were already dead or just unconscious from the lethal lack of cabin pressure before the blunt force of the spinning out-of-control shuttle would have killed them. The accident was caused by a hole in the shuttle's left wing that occurred at launch, and debris was found across a wide swath of Texas. Ed Donahue, The Associated Press.
Factsverse presents 15 shocking facts you never knew about the Challenger shuttle disaster. Number 1. Uh-oh. When the Challenger imploded or was on the verge of breaking apart, the astronauts on board were surprisingly calm and interpreted the jolts and shakes as mere kicks in the pants. The initial impact felt within the shuttle was not too serious, which is the reason why one of the astronauts was recorded saying, "Uh-oh." These words were registered on the onboard tape recorder, which was recovered 2 months later from the ocean. Number 2. Alive until the last moment. It's not clear when the astronauts on board Challenger actually died. Initially, it was assumed all 7 of the astronauts on board died immediately after the explosion. Later, NASA conceded it could have been possible that at least 3 astronauts on the flight stayed conscious post the explosion, and maybe even for a few minutes when the shuttle's crew compartment was on its way down to Earth after the explosion. NASA wasn't forthcoming about the matters pertaining to the crash, which only fueled rumors and made the tabloids suspicious and buzzing with activity. In fact, a Miami Herald reporter even wrote that all 7 members were alive in their senses till the space shuttle dove into the Atlantic. Number 3. It's going to blow up. The night before the Challenger shuttle was slated to take flight, a NASA contractor and 5 Morton Thiokol engineers pressed their managers and NASA to halt the mission momentarily. The engineers discovered the O-ring rubber seals, a vital component of the shuttle, had often failed to properly seal in chilly weather conditions, and since Challenger was about to launch during the coldest weather conditions, it would be a huge risk to go ahead with the mission. However, NASA and the managers in charge ignored these warnings. Later that day, Bob Eberling, one of the engineers, told his wife the shuttle would blow up. Number 4. Astronaut remains found. Almost 6 weeks after the explosion, Navy divers found the remains of the dead astronauts aboard Challenger. The 7 crew members' families were informed of the discovery a week after the findings. The materials found were the debris of the astronauts and not their fully or partially intact bodies. Thanks to the ocean currents and stiff winds, it took more than just a few days to completely recover the remains of the dead astronauts and the shuttle. Not to mention the strong waves posed major obstacles to the recovery operation. Number 5. School kids were watching the live broadcast. The Challenger space mission was live broadcasted, and several million school kids were glued to their television sets. In fact, according to a survey, the Challenger mission and the subsequent disaster is one of the most memorable moments in television history. Among the kids watching the space mission were students from Krista McAuliffe's school as well. Krista was a school teacher and the first civilian to be sent to space. She was 37 years old and taught at New Hampshire's Concord High School. Sadly, McAuliffe's class happened to watch the tragedy unfolding live, as several schools were provided live feed by NASA. Number 6. A soccer ball made it to space 30 years after Challenger. Ellison Onizuka was one of the astronauts aboard Challenger. He carried along with him a soccer ball that was signed by Clear Lake High School soccer team's members. His daughter studied in that same school. Among the approximately 120 tons of wreckage recovered after the crash, there was the soccer ball too. Post-recovery, the ball was returned to the school. The soccer ball has been on several space missions thereafter. Number 7. A broken seal caused the disaster. The Challenger disaster emphasized that even the most mundane things cannot be overlooked in critical projects. The seal, known as the O-ring located on the right rocket booster of the shuttle, failed during liftoff. As a result, heated gas escaped the rocket, managing to vaporize the substance that connected the orange tank of the shuttle and the booster. When liquid oxygen and hydrogen gas combined, the fuel tank of the shuttle transformed into a fireball, approximately 46,000 feet over sea level. The boosters, however, kept climbing, unperturbed by the explosion. Number 8. Big Bird may have been on board. Big Bird, a giant yellow bird, almost made it to the space shuttle. The thought of taking the fictional character on board was to keep kids interested in the space mission. NASA went to the extent of contacting Carol Spinney, the actor responsible for the fictional bird character, and Sesame Street, so that Mr. Spinney could join the space team as a passenger. However, the plans never were realized, probably because the costume for the bird was too big and there wasn't enough room in the compartment. Carol Spinney and the bird were eventually substituted by Krista McAuliffe. Number 9. Cold weather to be blamed too. It's believed cold weather had a major role to play in determining the ill fate of Challenger. Temperatures were at a record low at the time of the launch, with the numbers going down as low as 20 degrees Fahrenheit. Ice had engulfed the launch pad the previous night and had to be inspected and cleared before the liftoff. Though the O-rings were capable of decompressing in higher temperatures, the weather condition on the launch morning mitigated the O-rings from returning back to the right shape. At the time of launch, the air temperature was 36 degrees Fahrenheit, 15 degrees lower than temperatures during prior launches. The investigation into the crash revealed the low temperatures could have likely impacted seal performance. Number 10. NASA space missions were suspended for 3 years post the explosion. The Challenger debacle was NASA's first major error in space. The explosion grounded NASA's space missions for approximately 3 years so that the agency could deeply analyze what went wrong with Challenger and how future fatalities could be averted. The then-President Ronald Reagan set up the Rogers Commission to determine the causes of the accident. The inspection team comprised Neil Armstrong, Sally Ride, a NASA astronaut, and several others. The post-mortem primarily focused on the technical aspects of the accident. However, some light was also thrown on NASA's cultural issues, which included the inability of the lower-rank staff to make their voices heard to NASA's top-tier staff or launch decision team. Number 11. Neil Armstrong was involved in the investigation. As mentioned before, Neil Armstrong was taken on board to comprehend and break down the Challenger debacle. He served as the Rogers Commission's vice chairman. Besides unearthing and studying the causes of the accident, the discussions entailed conflicting views as to whether future space missions should be unmanned so that there's no risk of lost lives regardless of whether a mission succeeds or fails. lawyer David C. Atchison was a part of the committee who worked closely with Armstrong. In an interview right after Armstrong's death, Atchison said Armstrong ensured the commission didn't deviate from its objectives. Armstrong was also bestowed the responsibility of penning down the commission report, along with Atchison. Number 12. Wreckage sealed. Challenger's wreckage has been stored in a couple of fastened missile silo complexes. NASA wanted to exhibit the doomed space shuttle's debris to the public. The wreckage on display includes a portion of the fuselage that was salvaged from the demolished space shuttle. The exhibit also comprises artifacts representing Challenger crew. Before putting it out in the open for public view, the project to collate the leftovers of Challenger was in process for approximately 4 years and was first shown to the astronauts' families as a mark of respect and to also make sure the families did not find anything objectionable after the remnants went out to the public. Number 13. First in-flight fatalities. NASA was founded in 1958, but never before had it encountered a disaster that involved loss of human lives in space. The 1986 Challenger disaster was NASA's first failed space mission that ended up killing humans. NASA was no stranger to deaths on sight. A couple of decades before, in 1967, 3 Apollo 1 astronauts succumbed to a fatal fire accident during training. However, this tragedy happened on the ground. Number 14. Another civilian boarded a NASA ship 22 years later. As mentioned before, Challenger had an onboard civilian. However, since the Challenger space mission didn't turn out as planned, NASA became extremely cautious about taking civilians on its space missions thereafter. In fact, it took 22 years for NASA to change its mind about civilian participation in their space expeditions. In 2007, Barbara Morgan, who was also a schoolteacher, joined the Endeavour orbiter. Barbara taught social studies and English and was actually the backup for McAuliffe for the Challenger space mission. Number 15. Challenger has 9 successful space missions to its credit. The January 28, 1986 mission was Challenger's 10th space travel. Before that, the orbiter had successfully completed 9 space missions, which brought tremendous repute to the space shuttle. It was even referred to as the Fleet Leader because of its successful previous missions and also its technological and scientific accomplishments. The orbiter was a true workhorse in every way and had created multiple records, leaving back a legacy of inspiration, education, and safety. Subscribe for more.
What happens when things go wrong in space? And what about the things that you see up there that no one's really able to completely confirm or deny? Science fiction can sometimes get a real run for its money when it comes to the true stories. Like that time Chris Hadfield had to use his thumb and a stopwatch to save his entire crew. This episode of Sci-Fives, we explore 5 terrifying space stories from astronauts that will, for once, make you glad you're stuck here on Earth. Number 1. The severe tile damage of Atlantis. In December 1988, NASA's Atlantis shuttle had insulation from the right solid rocket booster fall only about 85 seconds after launch. This damaged tiles on its starboard side. The heat-resistant tiles are part of a thermal protection system. They serve as the ship's armor to divert superheated plasma during re-entry. The crew inspected the damage with a TV camera attached to the spacecraft's robotic arm and immediately grew worried. Shuttle Commander Robert Gibson says he thought he was going to die during atmospheric re-entry. This is where it gets interesting. Due to the fact the mission was to deliver a top-secret satellite to space, the transmission of TV images to mission control were encrypted and had low resolution and speed. The crew repeatedly voiced their concerns as they had a much clearer view, although NASA would not break encryption to properly assess the damage. Fortunately, the crew made it back to Earth safely. However, once NASA could see the extreme nature of the damage, they realized their mistakes. 1 tile was completely missing and a total of 700 were damaged, and the orbiter's thin aluminum skin was scorched in various sections. NASA assembled a panel to review the incident and made 10 recommendations, one saying the agency should conduct more thorough inspections and improve communication about damage to the thermal protection system. It makes you wonder what they were carrying that they would risk billions of dollars, not to mention human lives. Number 2. When Chris Hadfield's speed sensors failed right before a high-precision docking. On the astronaut Chris Hadfield's first flight, he prevented what would have been a potentially deadly accident with just his thumb and a stopwatch. 30 seconds before a high-precision docking on the Russian Mir space station, Hadfield's distance and speed sensors failed. The docking needed to be pretty precise considering the shuttle they were docking was 250,000 pounds, and the target was no bigger than a coaster. Hadfield had the job of relaying the speed and distance to the pilot so he could dock safely within the 2-minute window. They had to be traveling 1/10 of a foot per second, give or take 0.03 of a second, and of course, 30 seconds before this was to go down, the sensors failed and Chris was left to do what anyone docking a giant space shuttle that, with small error, could kill everyone on board would do in that instant. He eyeballed the distance with his thumb and used a stopwatch as his timer. As he knew the dimension in consideration, he was able to make a pretty good educated guess that would land the shuttle hitting the target and within time. Hadfield said it took a few minutes before everyone relaxed and realized they were alive and no damage was done. Imagine that rush. Number 3. The strange moon music. Before man had ever stepped foot on the moon, the Apollo 10 mission took a loop around to the dark side. Already a pretty terrifying mission, the crew members on board were prepared to lose contact with Earth for almost an hour, but what they didn't expect is, well, noise. In 2008, NASA declassified a conversation between the 1969 crew where they discussed a strange space music-like sound. According to the NASA documentation, the crew heard the music coming through their radios.
That music even sounds outer spacey, doesn't it? Do you hear that? That whistling sound?
The others agreed. However, upon discussion, they decided they wouldn't talk about it to the public, and NASA then classified the information for 39 years. The interesting part is that the moon doesn't have an atmosphere or a magnetic field, so no noise should have been coming from it. NASA has replied to this and stated that it was the result of their own 2 radio feeds interfering with one another. However, some astronauts, such as Al Worden, don't believe this theory. He says astronauts are heavily trained and know the type of sounds to expect. Therefore, if they think it was something out of the ordinary, then it probably was. After about an hour, the noise suddenly stopped. The official story was that it was radio interference, but even if that was where the noise was coming from, it's still gotta be pretty creepy to be on the dark side of the moon without Earth communication, only to hear creepy space music leaking through your radio. Number 4. When Luca Parentano almost drowned in his helmet. Flight engineer Luca Parentano was working to repair some cables on the ISS during a spacewalk when he started to feel condensation pool in the back of his helmet. His helmet was filling with water, but of course, he couldn't take his helmet off, in space. Houston then terminated the mission about an hour and a half into what was supposed to be 6 or 7 hours of maintenance. While Luca was moving back towards the airlock, the water had almost completely covered his visor, and he began to worry that he would lose audio contact. Luca realized to get over to the antenna on his route, he would have to move his body in a vertical position. As he turned upside down, the sun set and the vision he had completely vanished, and to make things worse, the water was now covering his nose. The upper part of his helmet was now full of water, and he had no sense of direction to get back to the airlock. Fortunately, he did make it back, and once inside, the crew quickly worked to dry him off. And this all occurred on his second spacewalk ever. And that brings us to number 5. When the Mir space station sustained the worst fire ever by an orbiting spacecraft. Jerry Linenger was enjoying his extended stay on the Russian Mir space station, which at the time was the longest period of time any American astronaut had been sent into space for, when an extremely dangerous fire threatened the lives of everyone on board. During Jerry's meal of dehydrated borscht, a tank of concentrated combustible oxygen-based chemicals caught fire and caused an uncontrollable blaze. This was essentially a worst-case scenario for the crew. The fire was releasing toxic substances in the air, and there was a risk of rapid decompression if the flame burned a hole through the thin aluminum separating the inside from the vacuum of space. While the station usually holds only 3 passengers at a time, they were in a crew turnover, so 6 astronauts were on board. While 3 of them were fighting the fire, the other 3 were planning an emergency escape. This is when they noticed a problem. One of the 2 ships was blocked by the fire, so only 3 would be able to leave. Luckily, the team was able to put the fire out. They did have to wear oxygen masks for a while until their environment balanced out, but this was much better than the alternative.
Kent, I watched your videos and admire what you do, but your views on the flat earth have me doubtful of you. Is it because you already went to jail and don't want to be persecuted? The proof is all there. Mary, the earth is round, and it's not because I'm afraid of going to jail. I'm not afraid of those people. They can put me back if they want. No, the earth is a round ball. It's tilted over 23.5 degrees. It spins on its axis, and it goes around the sun. The heliocentric view is all correct.
The short history of space travel is full of amazing breakthroughs, discoveries, and successes, from putting the first satellite into orbit to landing the first humans on the moon. People like Yuri Gagarin and Neil Armstrong will go down in history as legends of the early days of space exploration, and they certainly deserve it, but not every space mission is so successful. Since the late 1940s, attempts to leave Earth have been the cause of a number of tragic accidents and necessary sacrifices. But just how bad is the fatality rate? How many lives have been lost in the pursuit of new discoveries in space? Over a decade before Yuri Gagarin would become the first man in space, NASA and other worldwide space agencies were already testing the dangers of leaving Earth's atmosphere by launching animals into orbit. With these projects, scientists hope to learn more about the effects of radiation and weightlessness on biology without risking the lives of human beings. The first passengers on such a trip were a small batch of fruit flies launched in 1947 aboard a V-2 rocket. Surprisingly, these tiny astronauts survived the trip, leading to the use of more advanced creatures. Unfortunately, after this initial success, the failure rate became much more severe. On June 14, 1949, a rhesus monkey named Albert II became the first primate to reach space. His predecessor, the original Albert, had died of suffocation on a subspace flight about 1 year earlier. Albert II's success was not to last, unfortunately, as he died on impact after a parachute failure during re-entry. Albert III was launched on his V-2 rocket later that same year, but died when the rocket exploded at an altitude of about 11 kilometers. This attempt was followed by the launch of, you guessed it, Albert IV, who also died on impact due to a parachute failure. If you're wondering why one family of monkeys named Albert got so unlucky, you'll be happy to hear that they weren't all related. As a matter of fact, Albert III was actually an entirely different species of monkey. Naming the little astronauts Albert had simply become a tradition, and the whole Monkeys in Space project later became known as the Albert program. All told, at least 32 primates have flown in the various monkey space programs around the world, of which at least 12 have died during the flight or landing. That gives the recorded test flights using monkeys a 37.5% fatality rate. Besides primates, the most notable animals to venture into space have been dogs. During the 1950s and 60s, the United States and the Soviet Union were locked in a tense battle to be the first to successfully reach space. For their animal tests, the Soviets thought that dogs would be the perfect test subject because they would be more comfortable with prolonged periods of inactivity than monkeys would. They made sure to use stray dogs rather than house dogs because strays were much hardier and were thought to be able to handle the extreme stress of spaceflight more easily. Surprisingly, the first 2 dogs to become official suborbital cosmonauts landed safely after their flight in 1951. The second test flight, which consisted of 1 new dog and 1 veteran from the first flight, was not so successful, and both dogs were killed because the landing capsule's parachute failed to deploy. The most famous of the Soviet Union's space dogs was named Laika, who became the first Earth-born creature, besides microbes, to enter orbit around Earth. Laika was launched aboard Sputnik 2 on November 3, 1957. The poor dog was doomed from the start. Production on Sputnik 2 was rushed to allow its launch to coincide with the 1-month anniversary of the first Sputnik, which meant that the Soviet scientists didn't have adequate time to prepare for a living creature's safety. Laika died somewhere between 5 and 7 hours into the flight of panic and overheating. After her death, Laika was honored as a hero of the Soviet Union and has been remembered in many countries with a series of commemorative stamps. The Soviet space dog program was, for the most part, very successful. Of the 50 or so dogs sent on suborbital or space flights, the fatalities number in the single digits, putting the fatality rate somewhere around 10 to 20%. Besides dogs and monkeys, a whole menagerie of other animals and insects has been sent on space missions over the years. Mice, cats, chimpanzees, geckos, guinea pigs, hamsters, rabbits, turtles, mealworms, frogs, and countless others. The combined fatality rate of all organisms sent into space is estimated by some to be as much as 33%. As unfortunate as the many animal deaths are, they've been critical in helping scientists understand the effects space travel can have on biology. Because of their sacrifices, the number of human deaths has been relatively small. That being said, there have been a handful of tragic accidents since the beginning of manned space missions, and when taken as a percentage of the small portion of the population that's actually involved in these missions, the numbers appear more serious. The first fatal space disaster involving humans was the crash of the Soviet Soyuz 1 capsule in 1967. Cosmonaut Vladimir Komarov knew he was doomed during his descent when his capsule's parachute failed to deploy. Recordings of the cosmonaut's last communications with ground control supposedly captured his final moments as he, quote, cried with rage at the engineers who built the faulty craft. 4 years later, the 3 cosmonauts aboard the Soyuz 11 craft earned the unfortunate recognition of becoming the first, and so far only humans, to die in space. When the Soyuz 11 detached from the Russian Salyut 1 space station, a ventilation valve ruptured somewhere on the craft, exposing the cosmonauts to the vacuum of space. The 3 men died within seconds, but since the capsule was guided by an automatic return system, it was not until recovery teams opened the capsule that they discovered the fate of the unfortunate crew. The next major accident was one that burned itself into the collective memory of the entire world. On January 28, 1986, the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded 73 seconds after liftoff, as tens of thousands watched in person or on live television. The explosion and resulting impact into the water killed all 7 crew members, marking the worst space mission disaster in history up till that point. The cause of the failure has been the source of controversy since the incident, with many suggesting that NASA should have canceled the launch given the information they had. The weather in Florida had been unusually cold and caused a rubber O-ring seal to fail, setting in motion a series of failures that caused the near total disintegration of the craft. The most recent fatal accident occurred on February 2, 2003. The Space Shuttle Columbia was on its way home from a 2-week mission. During the shuttle's launch, a piece of foam insulation had broken away from the external tank and damaged the shuttle's thermal protection system. When Columbia began re-entry, the damage caused the failure of the shuttle's left wing, and the spacecraft ultimately broke apart. In total, these 4 accidents have caused the deaths of 18 brave men and women who died pursuing the noble goal of furthering humanity's understanding of our place in the universe. That gives manned spaceflight missions a fatality rate of about 3%. While it doesn't sound like much, it's a sobering reminder that the pursuit of knowledge is often dangerous, and that human life is fragile. As we press on, farther and farther into space, remember the brave souls who paid the ultimate price for the sake of mankind, and know that because of their sacrifice, we can be better prepared for the challenges of the future.
Damn sky is true. They got a message from the action man. I'm happy, hope you're happy too. I've loved all that needed love, so would you just follow me? Speaking of nothing is killing, there's pictures of jackets and synthesis. Ain't got no money, ain't got no hair. But I'm hoping to get blinded is glowing, glowing, glowing. Ashes to ashes, fun to forget. Down major tones, the junket, strung out in heaven's high. Giving an old time loud. I'm stuck with a valuable friend. I'm happy, hope you're happy too. One flash of light, no smoking bits down. I never did good things, I've never done bad things. I never did anything out of the blue. No. Wanna relax to the eyes. Wanna come down right now. Ashes to ashes, funk to funky. We know Major Tom's a junkie, strung out on heaven's high. Living an all-time love. Mama said to get things done, you better not miss with Major Tom. Mama said to get things done, you better not mess with Major Tom. Mama said to get things done, you better not mess with Major Tom. Mama said to get things done, you better not mess with Major Tom.
Thank you.
Because they received not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned who believed not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness.